Hi, Chinmay.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Global Pharmacovigilance Congress, the second day. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
So I will start the event now, and I would like to invite Dr. Roja Ramni, madam, to give the welcome note.
Sure. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Just a second, give me. So a very good afternoon, namaskar, and greetings from the ADR Monitoring Center, MKCG Medical College, Berhampur. Well, yesterday we had a wonderful session. All sessions were very interactive and very informative. So, since most of our panelists and invitee guests are here, so let's get started without further delay. And Chinmay, you keep on saying and admitting if anyone wants to join. Okay. So, on behalf of the Dean and Principal, MKCG Medical College and Hospital, Professor Deeptimai Tripathi Madam, Professor and HOD, Department of Pharmacology, Dr. Jayanti Prabha Behra Madam, and myself, Dr. Y. Roja Ramani, Coordinator of the ADR Monitoring Center, MKCG Medical College and Hospital, Berhampur. Welcome you all to the second day of the 2 days webinar series on advancement of pharmacovigilance in current decade through this Global Pharmacovigilance Congress. So today we have amongst us the officer in charge of Pharmacovigilance Program of India, Dr. Jayaprakash sir as our chief guest, Dr. Maya Sharma as our guest of honor, as well as she is the moderator for this webinar of today. And we have the same invited panelists of yesterday for today. So they are Dr. Rajinder K. Jallali, Dr. Abhinarayan Acharya, Dr. Ahmad Hageji, Dr. Joshu Batista, Dr. Pratibha Nadik, and Dr. Avinash Kakade. So welcome you all to this second day of the webinar, sir. So this webinar will be witnessing various scientific deliberations from excellent speakers across the world from different countries like Iraq, Ghana, Germany, Ireland, New York, Mexico, Colombia, Costa Rica, including India. And this will be a mixture of academic as well as industrial perspective of the pharmacovigilance. So it will highlight on the different topics like benefit risk assessment in pharmacovigilance, patient reporting as a source of pharmacovigilance data, regulations of pharmacovigilance in Ghana, role of decision maker in patient safety, pharmacovigilance system master file, risk evaluation and mitigation strategies in USA, and how to learn about medication errors, risk communication, then finally application of statistics in pharmacovigilance. So our ADR Monitoring Center, MKCG, feels proud and privileged to host this virtual academic feast where we will all be exchanging our thoughts and ideas for going ahead in the field of pharmacovigilance and for the safety of the people of our nation and to safeguard the health of these people from the adverse effects of medicines. So, like yesterday, we'll be having a feedback from the audience through the online polls after each session for the attendees. And these also attendees can make use of the chat box for any queries or interaction. I also request our guest speakers again to adhere to their assigned time frames so that we can pull off this event in time. So thank you everyone. Now has Dr. Jayaprakash sir joined us. ये Chinmay? Okay, if Jayaprakash sir hasn't joined, so we'll start the session and whenever he joins, we can continue. Chinmay? Ma'am, should we start?
Yeah, please.
Yes, because sir is not yet joined here. Chinmay, make a call and let me know. Okay, Maya ma'am. So, as Maya ma'am will be our today's moderator, a few lines of introduction for her. She is a very popular figure among us and a versatile speaker, an excellent person. And she is a MD physician with 17 years of diversified experience across the healthcare spectrum, clinical, pharmaceutical, nutrition, and medical devices. Currently associated with Umesh Modi Group of Companies, the Modi Munda Pharma, Wincare, and Signatura Inc. as Global Medical Director. She has been chosen as the Executive Board Member of ACMA Asia, Advisory Board Member of Journal of Pharmacovigilance and Drug Research. She brings an experience of mixed, multinational, and Indian majors, established businesses and startups through AstraZeneca, Abbott, Philips, etc. She has successfully handled diverse portfolios in different fields like cardiology, oncology, diabetes, medical devices, nutrition, and has significant experience in medical affairs, leadership, regulatory, pharmacovigilance, compliance, and brand management like fields. And this today she is our moderator for the sessions, and she has also a experience of mm, as a perfect orator in or a guest speaker or a panelist on different TV and news channels also, like Aztak, Disruption Movements of Europe, Youth Transformation UK, Lovely Professional University, Goa Institute of Management, Kalyani University, Global Medical Affairs Conference, Pharmacovigilance Conference by IPC, International Pharmacovigilance Conference, International Medical Affairs Leadership, and various nutrition conferences and seminars. So we are privileged and lucky to have you as our moderator for today, madam. Welcome.
Madam,
And
Dr. Jayaprakash sir has joined, ma'am.
yes, so because sir has joined, so let us have an introductory talk with our popular sir, Jayaprakash sir. Sir is a well-known face among us, and he is the officer in charge of the Pharmacovigilance Program of India, IPC Ghaziabad, and he has done his B Pharm and M Pharm pharmacology from College of Pharmacy, presently known as the Delhi Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research, New Delhi, India, and doctorate from the Department of Pharmacology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. At present, he is the Senior Principal Scientific Officer and Officer in Charge of the NCC PVPI at IPC Ghaziabad under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He has more than 20 years of experience in the areas of teaching, research, administration, pharmacovigilance, pharmacopoeia, and formulary sciences. He has been a temporary advisor or expert for the WHO's expert committees, Geneva, Switzerland. He is the member of National Expert Committee for Allergens, member of Institutional Human Ethics Committee, National Institute of Biologicals, Noida, and Multidisciplinary Expert Committee of National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority, New Delhi, scientific body of Revision of National List of Essential Medicines 2011, India, and member of CITSCO Expert Committee on Race Test. He has made several presentations in national and international conferences. He has also been so supportive and cooperative for us, and he has also permitted many of our webinars, and he has been a speaker in our chief speaker in all our webinars. And today also we invite you, sir, for give your in order to deliver your introductory talk. Mm, Sir, welcome to the program.
Thank you, madam. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Respected Dr. Roja Ramani, the coordinator of the MKCG Medical College and Hospital, and Dr. Chinmay Mahapatra, our pharmacovigilance associate, all the respected faculty members, outside experts, and my dear participants, and many of my colleagues which I see on the whole team of Dr. Y. Ramani for organizing the Global Pharmacovigilance Conference. Over the past 1 decade, we have seen a tremendous change in the pharmacovigilance science and many activity going around the world. The science of pharmacovigilance is quite fascinating, though many think that if we go through in deep and generate the interest, then I think this science will also get a lot of importance in today's scenario. As we all know that the quality, safety and efficacy of medicines is very, very important, and throughout the life cycle of a medicine, we also need to perform the pharmacovigilance activity. I see many of the in the international program on pharmacovigilance, and all of them have lot of experience in their area of expertise, and they are likely to share their viewpoints and the experience on the subject of pharmacovigilance. The pharmacovigilance, as has been defined by the World Health Organization, is getting quite a momentum in many countries. Many countries have established network of pharmacovigilance, and a few countries, they are also in the process of developing their pharmacovigilance systems. We in India have also tried to develop and set up the pharmacovigilance system in our country, and today we are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of experts who help the pharmacovigilance program of India, and many of them have been associated with pharmacovigilance program of India since quite a long time. During the time of COVID-19 pandemic, our challenges further increase, and as the repurposed drugs are being tried and advocated for the treatment of the COVID-19, our responsibility for monitoring their adverse effects further increases. And during this challenging time, the all colleagues, experts, pharmacovigilance associates, they have to play a crucial role during this whole pandemic situation. I have seen that during almost last 1 year, MKCG college has been quite active in organizing many national and international events on pharmacovigilance, and I congratulate the team associated with Dr. Roja Ramani for taking such events forward. And it is not only giving the recognition to their own center, but also enhancing the visibility of the pharmacovigilance program of India. The experts who have been invited from different countries, they will share their expertise and their experience with all the participants, and the feedback of the participants will also be very useful for understanding their expectations, what has been covered, what has not been covered, and how we need to further improve our systems and the and these international events future in the future programs. So I will not be taking much time as I see that program is quite lengthy and many speakers have to talk on their subject. So I will just be congratulating all the speakers, the participants and the team of Dr. Roja Ramani and the panel of experts sitting here for the cause of pharmacovigilance and giving us the time and opportunity to interact with us and devoting their Saturday and Sundays. This shows their dedication towards the science of pharmacovigilance. So I once again congratulate and extend my best wishes to each of you, and I hope that sometime in future we will also meet physically. So thank you very much, each and everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your best wishes and thank you for your kind words. Definitely, we'll be organizing a physical meet sometime if this COVID-19 permits. So, shall we continue with the program, sir? So, let's go ahead with the
Please
sessions,
start.
Maya ma'am.
Yeah.
Over to you, Maya.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, let me thank for always such a generous introduction. I always feel humbled by the same. So when we started, I remember working on the journal first, which is Journal of Pharmacovigilance and Drug Research. And my advice to, again, the advisory board members and editorial panel, and especially Dr. Chinmay, was that we should also be doing more of conferences so that we can reach out and can have more visibility among the pharmacovigilance community. And when we were scouting for the first lineup of speakers last year, and I was asking from each major pharma company as to who were their pharmacovigilance rock stars. I remember I was being told that unlike medical affairs or in clinical research, there are no rock stars in pharmacovigilance because they are the ones which work in silos, they work behind the curtains, and they do not have so many platforms to talk about. I would say from that kind of a beginning to 5 conference later, when we scaled up from having conferences in India to various conferences now that we are doing on a worldwide level, I am so glad and honored to present an eminent lineup of speakers today. And these, all of them, each one of them is a rock star in their own right. From working with government organizations to various multinationals and domestic national companies, these are the people who are working towards the aim of patient safety and bringing it to the forefront. So let me introduce the first speaker for today. So the first speaker we have is Nashwa Nashat from Egypt. She will be talking about technology applications in pharmacovigilance. So Nashwa dedicated her career to improving the patient's care and healthcare services. Inspired by the advancement in technology, she has founded Nexus eHealth, her own venture. She has a PhD in pediatric oncology, hematology, and genetics. She devoted her passion to improve cancer patients' lives and affordability of medicine by working with different global medical societies, NGO, and policymakers for more than 18 years, and for different multinational biopharmaceutical companies, where she took several global executive leadership roles in research and development, GP functions, medical affairs, patients advocacy and support programs, government affairs, business development, market access, healthcare policies, and digital transformation strategies. Nashwa, it's an honor to have you here. You may start with your presentation. Please share your presentation. And in the meanwhile, I would share some ground rules. To all the other participants, please keep yourself on mute unless you're supposed to ask a question to the speaker or our expert panel by the end of the session. So please keep yourself on mute so that the show can go on smoothly. Nashwa, are you there?
Ma'am, can we go to the next speaker then?
Okay, all right. But do we already have Manal?
Yes, yes. Plus, get connected first.
Okay, sure. Okay, so then I would like to welcome Dr. Manal Yunus from Iraq. She led the establishment and the expansion of Iraqi pharmacovigilance system. She represents Iraq in the WHO International Drug Monitoring Program, ISOP Advisory Board member, and represents ISOP in SIOM's WG11 to develop a guideline on patient participation in the development and safe use of medicines. ISOP Middle East Chapter Vice President. She's ISOP Pharmacovigilance Professional Qualification Framework SIAG member and a member of DSRU MEP International Working Group on Signal Detection and Management in Pharmacovigilance. She has authored more than 20 articles on different drug safety related subjects. She's a field supervisor and co-advisor for many postgraduate students and she has reviewed several manuscripts for some reputable journals. So it's an honor to have you, Dr. Manal Yunus. Kindly share your presentation.
Hello. Nasha ma'am has joined, so we will start with her talk, ma'am. Actually, it is not 2:30. That's why she has not joined that, and we are going little bit fast.
Okay, no worries. So,
Yeah.
Nashwa Nishad, you have already been introduced. You may kindly just start sharing your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you well. So,
yeah, okay. So good morning, everyone. And first of all, thank you for this invitation. This is my disclosure. I'm Dr. Nashwa Nashad. I'm a pediatric oncologist, and I've been working for pharma industry for 12 years, last 12 years. And finally, I established my startup, which is Nexus eHealth, focusing on healthcare technology. And my agenda for the upcoming 15 minutes is I will be talking about healthcare trends impacting the pharmacovigilance, technology application in pharmacovigilance, or what we call EPV or smart PV, and the next generation PV leading organization, how it looks like. Then I will wrap up. So let's start. If we're talking about pharmacovigilance, so it's part of the healthcare trends. And so let's start with the healthcare trends, especially in the technology part, and how it impacting the pharmacovigilance landscape. So the big theme now is personalized health or precision medicine. And for this personalized health, if we look at this figure, you can see that the healthcare is shifting towards healthcare rather than sick care. So it's more into public health rather than treating diseases. So it's more into preventive, it's more into personalization for each and every one in general for healthcare. And for this, the most important pillar for having this personalized health or precision medicine is the health data. And as long as we're talking about pharmacovigilance, so the health data here is very important. That's why I started to touch base with this slide. And definitely, when we talk about the technology, we have to consider where we are now from the generations. And sorry, I will just and where they are from the communications channels, so we can have more visibility on what's healthcare look like and will look like, and this is inevitable change to the whole healthcare. So if we talk about personalized health or precision medicine, so the core of it is connected patients. So, and the equation or the famous equation for the value of healthcare or value added healthcare is the personalization powered by data. And the core of personalization is to engage the patient or consumer, patient as consumer, to empower patient. And this is was augmented in reality because of the COVID era. And now you can see that the shift of power more towards patient. So patient now is empowered, patient have a lot of knowledge. Patients not like 10 years back going to the doctor, sorry, and follow the directions blindly. For this, we have to say that listening to the patient voice is no more optional. Patient engagement and listening to the voice of patient become mandatory. And for pharmacovigilance, patient voice was touched by a pragmatic approach that was building a patient-centered organization. And from point of view of pharmacovigilance, where the touch points or the moment of truth, where pharmacovigilance technology or introduction of pharmacovigilance technology can make all the difference. So the precision medicine or the health, personalized health focus on the patient has to have an opinion or participatory opinion in selecting the medication. And for this, it's very important for having patient insight about the tolerability, about the benefit risk data, about the side effects of the medication. The second part is to learn how to take medicinal product. And for this point, we now see a lot of efforts and a lot of updates focusing on the risk minimization activities. And one of them is patient education, focusing on the medication adherence, medication applicability, and the use of different devices and interface. And the third part is evaluating whether the patient continue taking the product in light of response in the treatment or not. So here the patient, the effectiveness of additional risk minimization work or play a major role here, and the participation in post-authorization safety studies that patients now are not in every place in the world, but at least in the US and Europe started to be aware of this. So technology application in pharmacovigilance, or EPV, and it's part of e-health application or e-health technology. So the EPV will focus on three major parts: the safety data, being the core of personalized healthcare, benefit risk assessment, and resources and process efficiency. So let's see how technology continuum in healthcare will affect these three parts in pharmacovigilance as well. So the technology continuum, if we look at a higher level, so we're talking about robotics, which mimic the human action for rule-based process and interactions. The cognitive automation mimic the quantitative human judgment, and the highest of all is the artificial intelligence, since it mimics the human intelligence and replicate the human interaction. So the PV automation, or the EPV, if we look to the evolution of the PV automation or technology, we will find that the basic process automation that we used to use, like the Argus, like the database that's automate the workflow of, especially for the adverse event processing into continuous matrices collection and creating a dashboard. Then the robotic methodology or process automation that reduce or eliminate the manual tasks. And here a very well-known example for this is the literature search or the literature screening in a specific. For the cognitive automation, that's the tools or the system that engage in human interaction, leverage natural language processing technology, and often combined with robotics. So it mimics both. And the artificial intelligence, since we see it now in many applications, that's tool or system that no or minimal human interaction, it's self-learning algorithm, and it's update itself to capture more insights and more data processing from the whole process in pharmacovigilance. So automotive and cognitive technology, advanced analytics are providing opportunity to transform and the pharmacovigilance in the process of combining data and preparing information for regulators. This is to create a learning system to improve the drug risk benefit profile. And when it comes to technology and how it's updated by the algorithm, and this is reflected on the risk minimization activities, reflecting on the product labels and different measures, the optimal treatment and the product quality and patient safety. So the safety data, if we talk about technology, so pharmacovigilance is all about data, and actually the healthcare, the core of healthcare, or what we say that the new healthcare currency is data. And since we're talking about pharmacovigilance, so data here is very important, and it's combining from different resources like the participatory health informatics, from social media, that's become a very important platform for adverse event reporting and pharmacovigilance, the studies, the patient support program, the clinical informatics that HCPs become very aware of lately, either electronic health records or electronic patient records, and the bioinformatics, combining the three through a social media or mobile health, integrated mHealth, that we see it in different applications that's linking HCPs with patients and the complex mHealth. The second part, which is the benefit risk assessment, and for this, it's very important, as you know, that the updates even recently introduced to the risk assessment or risk minimization activities, and even the enhancement done for assessing the effectiveness of it, prioritizing the public health and patient centricity. And the sources on processing and efficiency. So the hard equation across the journey is how to provide accurate information, how to provide high quality services with the least cost. And here the results from the industry surveys from global biopharma companies that the majority are investing in PV related technology to gain efficiencies and the value-added tasks. And if we know that the cost driving the PV cost, is out of case processing primarily, it's 90% of the company focus to minimize this cost by using technology and at the same time to invest more in the signal detection. And the PV-enabled technology served the annual cost of 30% per ICSR. If we know that in the PV budget in general, allocating up to 80% of spending in case processing. So since the technology can save all of this money, and by using automated case processing and cognitive automation technology now can save a lot of monies and also can increase or enhance the productivity either to for resources allocation to signal detection and more important nowadays PV areas that the new therapies are focusing on. So the PV technology for better signal detection, if we focus about reducing the case processing and focusing on signal detection, so the PV market for signal detection with a revenue share of around 40% in 2020. And most pharmaceutical companies now are using the traditional signal detection method from the medical assessment in individual ICSR or from real-world evidence. Spontaneous reporting till now playing the major or dominant role. Nowadays, artificial intelligence and big data driven from AI, robotics, and the machine learning are being used by companies for better detection of signals. And nowadays, the most important platform become the social media for detecting these kind of ICSR, these signal detection. So pharmacovigilance automation focus area. As we've mentioned that we're driving costs out from the case processing to investing in signaling. So 90% focus on reducing the case processing cost on automation that's represented 35% and more than 80% utilization of managed services of case processing. On the other hand, to focus on 100% investing in advanced visualization technology, more than 70% identifying maturity gap in signal processing, and more than 90% focus on expanding capabilities in benefit risk. So the pharmacovigilance automation focuses is coming in hand with the insights or what the pharmaceutical or the healthcare field is being recognized very recently. So breaking the cost curve for pharmacovigilance is by using one approach to cut cost while also enhancing the role of signaling. That's done by using end-to-end modular or learning loop, which is that we have in SaaS application or SaaS models. And we have a lot of SaaS models nowadays in the market from a lot of companies commercially available. And the cost even of such model that's building unified data platform and automation for the PV for continuous loop learning processing is available now and with the very reasonable cost. So the PV operations, if we talk about the advanced learning through expanding the data cohort and cognitive innovation, this will enable efficiencies and the insights at the point of decision making, transforming the way in the pharmacovigilance. So in the case processing, insight from cognitive case processing feed intelligence and efficiencies in signal and aggregated report. In the aggregating reporting, learning from case series, reviewing feed automation in case processing and signal detection, learning and insights from signal detection and review feed automation, that's in case of processing of aggregated report. So the PV, the three wheels are interacting and intersecting, linked with the technology, especially for the SaaS models in PV application. The PV literature review, that's the simplest and the simplest form of how technology served at this approach. And this is the area of PV lens itself, the involvement in technology for a lot of number of reasons, as we mentioned. So how the leading PV organization looks like in the era of technology. So the benefit risk management and the proactive surveillance are the keywords in the PV organizations or the leading PV organization. Number one, to inform the discovery and development of a smarter R&D investment. And this is by saving a lot of cost from the PV operation and also for the safety assessment of the clinical trials that's in the pocket of the PV. The second one is a scale to meet the PV need by optimizing the human capital, enabling technology management of the activity. Focus on targeted events of interest rather than wasting a lot of effort and dilution of the focus for the events. And here is the targeted event per therapy. New sources of AE will be an opportunity to bring value to the entire organization instead of cost and compliance risk, because it's very easy to control the compliance as long as we are using one system of PV. And the new product approved based on real-world data, reducing the cost and duration of the trial. And now we can see a lot of application for fully automated clinical trials, part or embedded in it, the safety assessment and the PAS studies. And then to summarize, the PV function being reshaped by the global healthcare trend, which is the precision medicine or personalized health. While many of these trends are delivering considerable benefit, they also exerting a pressure on the biopharmaceutical companies on the existing safety systems that need a lot of updates or a lot of work, but definitely at the end, it's a cost saving and more efficient system. And for creating a learning or a next generation digital learning system that efficiently cost effective for quality and patient safety. The patient-centered and or the patient voice become a hallmark of the healthcare system and consequently on the pharmacovigilance activities. To meet this patient-centric imperative successfully in pharmacovigilance, we need to develop a more patient-centered culture. So to involve the patient throughout the journey in the pharmacovigilance with the framework driven by patient engagement and more professions in range of patient-centered competencies. Integration of data is the key. Data is the healthcare currency. And if we talk about health data, it's about 30% of it is coming from safety data, either from patients or from HCP or other healthcare stakeholder. So by this, I'd like to thank you all, and sorry if I exceeded my time. So I'm open for any question if anyone.
Yeah, Dr. Jalali here. So, Dr. Nashad, an excellent presentation, very informative, and thank you for it. My question is, the statistical evaluation, the signal evaluation, it mainly consists of two components, statistical evaluation and clinical evaluation of the identified signals. So my question is that will cognitive automation help in clinical evaluation of the cases, which takes a long time to, in the signal evaluation currently.
Thank you, Dr. Jalali. It's very important and very interesting questions, because if I didn't go through more details in this part, but mainly for the efficiency of signal detection, the clinical evaluation plays a major role in the technology application that's using the cognitive technology, and saved a lot of time and a lot of effort, and with more accuracy as well, through the loop algorithm that feeds itself, and the self-learning loop, I mean. Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Nasha, thanks for this amazing presentation. It's very interesting to see how technology could help PV to improve efficiency. And talking about transactions, because you are highlighting a very important data in terms of how technology could help transactions. You know that in PV, one of the biggest challenges is related with the ramp up of cases, with the sudden increases of cases. So how do you see that this technology could help to the companies? Because when the companies receive the bulk of cases, even you have a technology, even you have a hubs for case processing, you need to reorganize the teams in order to face these ramp ups and then will meet the regulatory compliance. How do you see this aspect in terms of technology?
Yeah, so technology has here three aspects. Either if the patient is using the technology, and or if the company, or I mean, we encourage now even the healthcare systems and governments to use this for capturing the adverse events directly. So here there is two things. Either it will be it will be automated, and then it will not need a middleman layer to process it. So it will capture the important and significant information that's important for the signal detection, or significant changes in any of the safety profile of the medication. Number two, the quality, because now the trend is focusing on adverse events of a special interest. So it focus, or it select the important and the significant, and it will direct us how or what to capture, unlike the human part of the ICSR evaluation. And the third thing, if it will be used, for instance, because of the regulatory compliance by pharmaceutical or biopharmaceutical companies, it needs a part that's digital transformation capabilities. And this is very important, not just for pharmacovigilance, but the whole organization, on how they can apply it, on how they can interact with this technology and make the best usage of it. And one size does not fit all, and one solution does not fit all. So it needs the transformation or understanding of the biopharmaceutical company to tackle this correctly and get the most or the maximum benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we'd move to our next speaker, Dr. Manal Yunis, ma'am. She is from Iraq. Meanwhile, I think madam has logged off, I think.
Manal, madam, you can start your talk.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. and it's my pleasure to be part of this important event. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all. Well, Nashwa, it was very nice presentation. Thank you so much for it. Yeah, you took us into the present, the future of pharmacovigilance, and I will take you a little bit back to the what kind of challenges that were faced the whole world regarding the patient reporting as a source of pharmacovigilance data. My name is Manal Hamad Yunus. I'm the head of Iraqi Pharmacovigilance Center. I'm also a board advisory board member of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance, vice president of the Middle East chapter of the ISOP, and also represent ISOP in the CIOMS Working Group 11 to develop a guideline on the patient participation in the development and safe use of medicine. This is my disclaimer and declaration of interest. I have nothing to declare, and all the views that present in this presentation are my own personal views. Okay, I thought that it would be a good start to know what are the patient safety challenges, patient reporting challenges, and what we have done till now to prepare this setting for patient reporting, and what were the gain that we had till now. So I think that 2 decades away from now, there was lots of challenges. I can mention some of them here, not all of them. The debate about whether it is important to involve patient in the reporting or not, and what about the qualitative and the quantitative aspect of this kind of reporting? Would they be helpful or not? And at that time, most countries did not believe that direct patient reporting would be helpful. It would mostly be a noise, and because of that, little experience. When I will say consumer, I will use the consumer and patient reporting alternatively. So little experience were available in the world, except for a few countries like US, Australia, and some other regulatory authorities to receive reports from consumer or patient. So that's why there was a lack of evidence of its importance, or it was not clear at all. Added to that, there was little political and strategic support, strategic consideration of this important subject. To add to that also, since there is no clear idea about its importance, so the share of patient report in the signal detection also was not studied. So I will try to tackle these 3 important points, starting with the qualitative and the quantitative aspects of patient reporting. I was thinking that, first of all, before knowing the importance of patient reporting, I should maybe say something about how do patients recognize their adverse events? How do they know that this is an adverse event and not because of any other thing? So literature tell me that patients mostly depends on patient information leaflet and their healthcare providers to confirm that this is a suspected association. There is a suspected association between the medicine and the event. Also, majority of patients who have reported to the yellow card scheme in the UK use temporal association to relate the symptoms with the medicine, in the same way that the pharmacovigilance people use the algorithms, different kinds of algorithms. So this is the first. Now, what about the quality of this information? Now we know how do patients know that there is an association, or how do they know that they should report this? Now, what about the quality of the clinical information of these reports? Also, many studies analyze the reports coming from the patient and compare them with the reports coming from the healthcare providers, and they found that interestingly, that the clinical information was similar in both parties. There was differences in the outcome and seriousness criteria between these two groups, but still there's lots of similarities, specifically in the type of adverse drug reactions reported and most frequently reported medicines. Now, this will need some kind of support, political support, and some strategic points to depend on. I thought that this is a good start to know when did patient reporting started first. So as you can see here, this is the heat map of timeline of different countries. When did they start the patient reporting? So the yellow, the faint blue, this is the first countries to start reporting, and Australia in 1964 was the first country to allow patient reporting, then followed by USA and Canada, and then early in the 2000s, many European countries also start to follow the steps of Australia and USA. Like, for example, Netherlands in, I think, 2005 or 3, and Norway in 2010, and so on. Still many countries, this is up to 2014. Many countries still lack patient reporting till that date. Now, how do we reach our goal of allowing patients to report? We need some kind of legislations, and this is some examples. Some examples from the EU, where one legislation regarding pharmacovigilance was adopted to allow the implementation of consumer adverse drug reaction reporting systems to be mandatory in the EU, and for the marketing, also mandatory for marketing authorization holder. Later on, in 2012, this legislation was expanded to accept direct patient reporting of suspected adverse reacting throughout the European Union. Another example, specific example from the US, there was a new version of patient-reported outcome of the common technology criteria of adverse event that allowed patients to report according to these terminologies regarding their cancer medicines that they are using. Now we need to analyze where we are now, what to have done after, what's the outcome of these legislation, specifically in the EU. So this is an analysis of the Pharmacovigilance data up to 2017. They took 3 years before the legislation and 3 years after the legislation. And you can see that there is more than 100 increase in the number of patients reports after the legislation. And most patient reports came from Netherlands, the UK, Germany, France, and Italy. Most widely reported indication by the patients were genitourinary, hormonal, and reproductive indications. Patients usually concentrate, if we want to compare the terminology used according to MEDRA terminology used by the patient and by the healthcare providers, patients usually use the system organ classification to express these adverse events, and they were mostly reporting the general disorders and administrative side conditions, compared to healthcare providers that tend to be more specific, and they use mostly preferred terms to express these kinds of adverse events. And also interestingly, 13 of the 20 reactions most frequently reported by the patients were also among the top 20 reactions reported by healthcare providers. So we can conclude that the EU, as an example, the regulation of the EU pharmacovigilance made a positive impact on the patient reporting, empowering patient reporting. And patient reporting could be considered as a complementary to the reports received from healthcare providers. Now, another example, the WHO International Drug Monitoring Program, called the PITM, countries and the patient reporting were explored in one study through a web-based questionnaire that were distributed to all national competent authorities. And at that time, at 2015, they were 178. Response rate of this questionnaire were 79.2. And the spontaneous reporting system for both healthcare professionals and patients were present in 58 countries. Some obstacles, you see that this is less than 50%, around 30 or 30 something percent of countries that use or accept patient reports. So obstacles that were mentioned, including lack of resources, budgets, and the lack of information or education for patients. And how to overcome these obstacles? Through guidelines related to the implementing, promoting, developing patient reporting system, and as well as training. Now, different approaches were used by different countries to help patient reporting, and it was found that the older the reporting system, the higher the reporting rate from the patients. So some countries use specific forms, simple wording, like, for example, instead of saying indication, they say the reasons for taking this medicine. And simplified form can be filled in one page, or have different reporting options for patient using online forms, paper-based form, telephone, and text messages. Some of the online forms use pop-up help functions to help patients understand how to report these functionalities. Also, different form items. Some of the countries were very simple, use only 6 items in the form, like in Brazil, and some were more complicated, like in Austria, about 59 items per the reporting form. Still, there were some mandatory fields, the reaction, the suspected medicine, patient initials, and reporter address. And also, some of countries use patient-friendly terms list in the adverse drug reactions form, but this would not prevent patients from reporting or mentioning their adverse event narratively. Now, I think that also patient organizations have an important role to play in this and patient reporting, in advertising for patient reporting. And an example of that is the European patient organizations. And their role is to encourage patients to talk to their healthcare providers, pharmacists, about what have they experienced, what kind of adverse reactions they have experienced. And also these organizations could help patients to report these adverse events to pharmacovigilance systems. Different constraints were found by these organizations. They do not have. I think both these obstacles were intrinsic and extrinsic, including they do not have. Some of these organizations do not have any activities or involvement related to pharmacovigilance or patient reporting, lack of resources, budget, support from national competent authorities are the main barriers. Strategies to enhance, to stimulate patient reporting. Creation of more awareness campaign, education for patient organization, and more proactive approaches from different national competent authorities. I think that the promotion of patient rights and equity, acknowledging that patients have unique perspectives and experience, is important in this aspect. And that everyone would benefit generally from patient involvement in reporting of adverse events. Now we reach to the point that what was the impact, okay, now we understand that everyone role, and we understand how to report. And so what was the impact of patient reporting, specifically on signal detection and risk minimization measures? Here are some of the examples. Like, for example, pathological gambling in patients treated with pergolide, withdrawal headaches in association with octreotide, varnicillin, and risk of aggression, and scopolamine and visual hallucinations, many other medicines, diethylsterol, benzodiazepine, antidepressant, and hormonal replacement therapy. Patients were involved in all of these signals and risk minimizations later on. So, some recommendations from the Uppsala Monitoring Center and the LARIB, the Pharmacovigilance Center of the Netherlands. They were, especially the LARIB was one of the WHO collaborating center for patient reporting, and they had lots of work in this aspect. So they recommend that in order to have the full advantage of the patient report, you can use case narrative review, such as case-by-case assessment, to capture all the important information in the patient report during signal detection. If this is not possible, you can tailor the statistical signal detection to capture patient concerns. Other option, we have another option to use novel approaches, and I think that Nashwa already mentioned some of these novel approaches that we could use to involve patient reports in statistical signal detection, so that we can improve the contribution of patient reports, pharmacovigilance. So our gain from this patient reporting schemes across the world, there was a good additional source of information. We can increase the diversity of reports and conquer the underreporting by healthcare providers. I was thinking that why it is important for each country to have a reporting system, so that we can tackle different aspects related to different medicines adverse drug reactions. So in the same way, why we do need patient reporting? Because it is important to have different views from different people who are dealing with these medicines, not only the healthcare providers, the marketing authorization holder. We need to hear the patients. This is important. So it also contributes, as we see previously in signal detection. The point is that it's not only important in signal detection. We can identify signals that are not identified by healthcare providers, and these reports can also benefit in early detection of safety signals. Different informations may be provided by patients compared with healthcare providers, including the suspected reactions to over-the-counter medicines, different presentations of reactions, and a broader picture of adverse reactions and their impact on the individual quality of life were also one of the gains that we have. If we need to, like what Nashwa said, to have a patient-centric pharmacovigilance activity. Now, we still have disadvantages, yes, like patient reporting system can be used by lobby groups or duplicate reports that would overload the databases and create some additional noise, interfering with the safety signals. But this is a new challenge that we need to address in our next activity of pharmacovigilance. Now, furthermore, it is crucial, as what Nashwa said, to hear the patient voice, not only in the reporting of ADR, but in all medicine development steps. And this is what the CIOM's Working Group 11 report will address. It will be available in the next few months, and we can see that in this guideline. This is very important guideline. You can see that different aspects related to patient involvement from the start of medicine to when it reaches from bench to mark. So patients should be involved in all of these steps, not only in reporting. And low and middle income countries, as you saw that in my previous slide, they were very behind many countries. They have very little patient reporting rates, but they these countries that do not include patients in reporting their medicines harms will soon recognize the importance and the need to do so. They could utilize what other countries have contributed to date. And I was searching the Vigibase before just entering this presentation. And I found that before 2000 or during 2000, there was, I can say, no patient reports in the national database. And 10 years later, around 19% of the reports in the international database came from patients, and in 2020, 25% of the database, of the international database, comes from patient reports. So this is a big steps forward to include patient reports in the international database, and that is available for analysis later on. And the future of PV will be brighter and more colorful with the added value of patient reporting through the use of all available channels, including the internet and social media. I didn't have enough time to include all of the information related to patient participation or the analysis of data comes from these specific type of reports. But the best example is the web radar, recognizing the adverse drug reactions a few years ago that was performed within the EU countries. And the outcomes were fascinating. And one of the recommendations was to establish a mobile application for reporting, for patient reporting. This is the references. And with that, I would like to say thank you for your attention, and I'm ready for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Manal Yunus, for your enlightening presentation and a patient-centric one. I think it is important that everyone in healthcare should think from that perspective, because at the end of the day, it is for patient safety that we are working. In general, we can talk about pharmacovigilance, and overall also, even in pharma, we have to take care of patient centricity, and that can be done by increasing the awareness and education and having organized steps to implement the same. So thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the panelists or the audience?
I do not have a question. I have a comment. So am I allowed?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, a very good presentation by Dr. Manal. And it was nice of you to issue a disclaimer in the beginning, which very few speakers do. And that's a very good trend. My comment would be, from the first two presentations, there's an emphasis on patient empowerment.
Yeah.
Which is emerging fast and sets an important trend in patient safety, and would be particularly useful for countries where there is a significant underreporting by the healthcare professionals.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think I should say yes, but it will take a long time to reach this point. It's not an easy mission at all, because you have to work on lots of levels. It's not only at the level of patients that you have to work on. So the health authorities, the organization, different kind of organizations, and it's important everyone would be aligned and everyone would accept this idea, because this is how we can start. We should work all together. This is my conclusion. I think I didn't say that, but we should all work together. Yeah. And it differs from country to country. And that's why we need to analyze what is coming on a frequent basis to understand what's going on and how we can take this forward.
Yeah, definitely. And as your data suggests that, it is on a rise and it is adding up to the total data available, not just from the HCP pool, but from the patient reporting as well.
Yeah, and we can, we can use different kinds of sources, data sources.
Yeah.
I think, the media and the social media, this is one of the most important sources, and we are currently not using them efficiently at all. Even in the European countries, even they have the web radar project, this kind of big project, they still find it not very well. they didn't use it very well till now. So everyone have to work. Everyone will have to have their own homework on this specific area. And I would like also to mention that we have one example from my country. I didn't mention anything about my country. I hope I have few words to talk about it. We do receive patients' reports, but unfortunately, we don't have that kind of environment that encourage patients to report. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic and after the vaccine introduction on the basis of emergency use authorization, we have created a specific form for patients to report their concerns related to vaccines. And interestingly, they were very active. They were more active than the healthcare providers. And we are so glad that during a few months, we have received now the database, maybe more than half of our database for this year is coming from patients or consumers who are receiving the vaccine. So this is
Dr. Manal, it seems like your screen has froze.
It might be an internet connection problem.
Yeah, could be.
As I'm Iraqi, so I know what is going on in Iraq. So she might disconnect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, what she highlighted is important, that starting from the sensitization of all stakeholders to creating awareness, the initial hand-holding of all stakeholders, and then having a proper system in place to make sure that there is not just best sharing practices, but we are implementing those systems as well is important.
So Dr. Maya, can I add something, Dr. Maya?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Actually, I thought this was a very important session, and the doctor-patient relationship comes into picture, wherein the treating physician plays a major role in motivating patients to report also. I think that communication between the doctor and the patient makes it very important. But at the same time, there could be concerns because the patients may start, especially in India in the current scenario, adverse drug event, when we say that it's a very sensitive matter for the patient. Maybe he will start doubting the treating physician, whether he's treating him properly or not, without actually understanding that the drug per se has inherent potential to cause an adverse reaction. This fact has to be driven down to the patient's mind very clearly. Otherwise, there could be backfire, or I should say some kind of risk involved. So it depends on the treating physician also, if we want to motivate physicians in turn to motivate their patients to report. So this issue can be there. Whereas if the patients are directly reporting to the regulatory authorities without involving the physician, then things could be better. But if it comes through the physician, then this issue is there. This was one of the feedback I had from one of the treating physicians as to why they were not very much, they were hesitant to ask their patients to report if there could be any adverse reaction. This is my experience.
No, even I agree to a great extent, and if it has to be done, it has to be in a very, very subtle and very balanced manner.
Exactly, balanced.
That it has to be done. Right.
May I add another point, if the time allows? I was reading one of the references that came from Ghana, and they explored the patient perspectives and patient preferences, how to report and when to report and whether they like to report. And the results came out that patients prefer not to report directly to the regulatory authority, and they prefer to tell their healthcare providers. And that was very interesting. So that's why I'm telling you that we have to find out that what are the preferences of our patients, what do they like to do. This is very important.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was a very important session. Thank you so much, Dr. Manal.
Hello, ma'am.
So much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Can we have a quick poll?
Hello, Yusuf ma'am. Very good afternoon.
Yeah, good
Ma'am, actually, I'm a student of pharmacology right now. I'm doing. Just one question is from Yunus, ma'am. That ma'am, actually, as we know that the ADR system of different countries are totally different. You know, it depends on country to country. It varies from country to country. Just I would like to know that Iraq, actually, as we know that Iraq is facing a lot of problem as far as the government is also concerned, and as far as some terrorism is also concerned. So how does it affect your ADR reporting problem?
Yeah,
As
thank you so
as
much.
yeah.
Yeah, I got the question. Thank you so much. This is really important and interesting question. You know, we were badly affected by the situation. The areas where the terrorists were there, we didn't receive any kind of information from them for a very long time until we regain these areas again and we start to rebuild our system again. We didn't know anything about what's going on, and we were really sorry that we cannot reach these areas. We have tried lots of ways, but it was very difficult, and yeah, this is what I can say. If you can see our the VigiBase, you can see that our reporting numbers were dropped down throughout these years because of these kind of actions. But now we gain the enough power to increase our. It is not only the numbers. When I say that the numbers, I mean that how much we care about our patients, how much we do listen, how much we do receive concerns. This is what I mean by the numbers, not only the mere number. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
I think there will always be challenges, but then whatever we can do in our best capacity, we have to keep doing that. Yeah. So now, without much ado, thank you once again, Dr. Manal Yunus, for your presentation. And I now invite our next speaker from Ghana, which is Ernest de la Desidzorno. Dr. Ernest Dela has been in pharmacovigilance since 2017. Currently, he is the quality manager for the Anti-Cove clinical trial for Ghana, maintaining quality documentation procedures. Previously, he was a deputy QPP for Salem Pharmacy Limited, where he managed the safety profile of the company's marketed products and implemented the best practices to improve the pharmacovigilance systems. When not working, Ernest enjoys going for long walks and trying his hands at coding. So let us have a quick poll for the last speaker, and then we can, in the meanwhile, request Ernest to please upload the presentation.
Thank you very much. You can see my screen now.
Yes, we can, but if you can put it on the full screen mode, please. The presentation.
Presentation yes. Mode. Oh, I'm using a double screen, so.
If you're using double screen, you can use Windows P. It can give you options and use the option of duplicate screen.
All right. Let me do that. Okay. Sorry, while I get that ready.
That's okay. We can see this as well. Please continue.
All right. So I would like to thank the organizers for arranging such a wonderful program, the esteemed panelists, as well as my fellow speakers. In fact, I've really learned a lot from over the past day, and my notebook is full of notes of things that I intend to apply in the coming future. So thank you very much for all of these. Now, today we are taking a small journey to the country of Ghana in West Africa, and I'll be talking about regulation of pharmacovigilance activities over there. And the standard disclaimer, all views in this presentation are my own and do not represent any entity with which I am associated with. Now, this will be the view for my outline. I will talk about the guidelines for QPPV in Ghana, guidelines for the safety monitoring of products, as well as guidelines for AE reporting in Ghana. So a background, in Ghana, the FDA is responsible for maintaining the safety profile of all marketed products in the country. It regulates all the PV activities here in Ghana. And it joined the WHO PIDM in 2001 as the 65th member. And all PV activities in Ghana are regulated under the Public Health Act of 2012, Act 851, together with the relevant parts, section and subsections. In Ghana, the QPPV arrangement is directly for the MAH. So each MAH is supposed to have a QPPV as well as a backup QPPV. But in the other health institutions, for example, the hospitals, the health centers, etc., they have institutional contact persons for pharmacovigilance who are supposed to manage the safety reporting of drugs, vaccines, and other medical products within their facility. Now, the FDA defines a person, a QPPV, as someone who has been nominated by the marketing authorization holder and has been approved by the FDA to ensure that the company fulfills all its obligations under the above mentioned Public Health Act of 2012. So before you can qualify to be a QPPV in Ghana, you need the support of your MAH together with the approval and acknowledgement of the FDA before you can go ahead and practice in Ghana. In Ghana, QPPVs, we come from varied backgrounds, but the main thing is that one, you must possess a healthcare professional degree, which is recognized by the authority. So there are nurses, there are pharmacists, there are doctors, physician assistants, etc., who are QPPVs here in Ghana. And also, if you're not part of this group, but you have a relevant scientific discipline with at least 2 years minimum experience in pharmacovigilance, the authority can go ahead to acknowledge you as a qualified person for pharmacovigilance. And the third requirement is that the QPPV shall receive a formal training in PV, which has been recognized by the FDA. So the formal training is very, very important. Now, in each company, there's the QPPV together with the backup QPPV. The qualifications for the backup QPPV are the same, with the exception of the formal training in pharmacovigilance. So when the main QPPV is absent due to 1 or 2 reasons, it's the responsibility of the backup QPPV to step up to the challenge and then continue monitoring the safety profile of the company's marketed products. QPPVs are licensed for 3 years here in Ghana, and it is subject to redesignation. And there have been established procedures to allow QPPVs to be redesignated. Now, let's move on to the responsibilities of the QPPV. The QPPV, one, acts as a single point of contact for the FDA on all safety matters. And as such, he must be always present during PV inspections. And one main feature or function of the QPPV is to establish and maintain an effective pharmacovigilance system, because that's the whole basis. So if the foundation is good, then that will help the company meet its obligations under the Public Health Act. Then the QPPV must prepare and submit relevant documentations. These can be RMPs, PSURs, AEs, or other documentation. And then he or she must oversee the safety profiles of all the marketed products and any emerging safety concerns which may come. The MAH must ensure that the QPPV has comprehensive pharmacovigilance training. So apart from the initial formal training, which must be recognized by the FDA, there's the need for continuous professional training, because PV is an ever-evolving field. There are new things coming in. So the QPPV must be abreast or on top of all of these upcoming stuff, so to ensure that he or she functions effectively. Then the MAH must also ensure that the QPPV has sufficient power to perform all the stated duties. So the FDA recommends that on the organizational chart, the QPPV must be higher, if possible, reporting directly to the CEO or the managing director of the company. And then there must be adequate resources for the QPPV to fulfill his or her stated duties and delegations. And finally, there should always be a written contract between the QPPV as well as the MAH. The FDA, when we are nominating or applying for redesignation, they do require such a letter if the QPPV is affiliated with any MAH. Now, should the QPPV or the MAH fail to discharge their duties with respect to this Public Health Act, there are quite a number of sanctions and penalties involved. So this can range from fines to the suspension or withdrawal of the marketing authorization for the MAH. Now let's move on to the next one, guidelines for safety monitoring of products. So let's start with the PSUR or the as well as the PBRER. Well, these two documents are quite similar, but they are different with respect to where they place emphasis on, whether the emphasis is on the risk or the emphasis is on the benefits. But the regulations for these two documents are the same. So for new chemical entities, the MAH should submit a PSUR or a PBRER every 6 months for the first 2 years, and then at the time of renewal of the registration, and also upon request by the authority. So at any point throughout the product life cycle, as long as it's licensed in the country, the FDA can request for any of these two documents. Then for all other products which are not new chemical entities, these are submitted at the time of renewing registration. Now, let's go on to the risk management plan. In Ghana here, our format follows the EU GVP Model 5, the risk management systems, and it has its formats, the specific sections, as well as the annexes. But one thing which is unique in our RMP is that we have a Ghana-specific annex. So the Ghana-specific annex, the purpose is that it provides Ghana-specific information, which is important in assessing the risks of the products in the country, as well as the appropriateness of proposed risk minimization measures. And is to identify and explain the reasons for any differences between the risk management, risk minimization measures which are to be applied in Ghana, as well as those which are to be applied globally. So in case where there's a difference between the plan out of these activities, the FDA recommends or requires a Ghana-specific annex to this. So for the specific annex, there's a format that we have, and we look at it addresses the differences between implementations of the global RMP as well as the local RMP. So one area in which this will happen is if there's a difference between the summary of product characteristics for a product marketed in Ghana and marketed elsewhere. So we have it so that the FDA can assess the appropriateness of the proposed RMP in the Ghanaian environment. Let's move on to safety communication. We know there'll be no benefit if we are to be doing PV in the background without making the public aware. So there are also guidelines for safety communication of any emerging concerns. And this can take place in various formats. We can use the Dear Healthcare Professional or the Dear Doctor letter, documents in the various local languages. The company may issue press communication or press releases, or have information available on its website, bulletins, and newspapers, or when the company is responding to inquiries from any member of the public. Before any safety communication will be issued to the general public, the FDA will have to approve it. So in the run-up to releasing any safety communication, the FDA will sit down together with the QPPV and the MAH and then they would have to look at the contents as well as the mode of distribution for the safety communication. Now let's move on to guidelines for adverse events, SAE or AE reporting. So over here, we are to report AEs or SAEs which come from both prescription and non-prescription drugs, herbal products, cosmetics, supplements, medical devices, or any which arise from drug abuse, overdose, drug interactions, product and quality complaints, suspected contamination, lack of therapeutic efficacy, and etc. The list is very long. And just like the global requirements for reporting AEs or SAEs, we require the 4 core details: the patient details, the details of the AE, the suspected products or product details, as well as the reporter details. So in Ghana, we have various ways for reporting an AE or an SAE. One is the adverse reaction reporting form, which most pharmacies should have, or most it should be available in the healthcare facilities. And the FDA has designed one for use in the country, but any MAH may design their own reporting form as long as it is consistent with that of the CIOM's guidelines. So we have the adverse event reaction reporting form, or you can phone the FDA directly to report an AE or SAE. Also on the website, there's a section where you can go and then fill in or upload the reports. You can attach lab reports, autopsy reports, etc. to it. And over the past few years, the Med Safety app has been launched in the country, and we've all been encouraged to download it because it makes reporting very easier. Download, you sign in, and then you can even have further information. And the last but not least is email. We can report the events to the FDA by means of email. With regard to our reporting timelines for SAEs and SUSARs, the reporting timeline is 7 calendar days. So that means that no weekends, no holidays. Day one starts from the day that the QPPV or the MAH is aware of such an SAE or SUSAR. Then for all other types of reports, the reporting timeline is 28 days. Now, with regard to the reporting timelines, if there's the 4 core pieces of information: reporter details, adverse events details, the patient details, and then the suspected product or product details. If they are available, we don't need to wait for the days to elapse. You can just send the report. And then as and when new information becomes available, we are to update the authority on the thing. So it may be new information with regard to the status of the patient or the status of the drug or any other detail. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernest, for your presentation. That was really nice. I would say, though you are our first speaker from Africa, but the systems and processes that you're following look very much in sync with what we are doing in the rest of the world. So thank you for that. We have a quick poll on everybody's screen for the speaker. And in the meanwhile, if there are any questions for Ernest, please.
Thank you, Maya, and thanks, Ernest, for this very illustrative presentation. I have a question in terms of the interaction that the marketing authorizations holders could have with the health authority. What type or level of feedback do you receive? For example, when you submit an RMP or an aggregate report, do you receive feedback about these submissions, and what type of feedback?
Yes, we do receive feedback. The feedback may be with respect to acknowledgement of the receipt of the document, or it may be with respect to certain procedures or certain sections of the document. So They may request feedback if certain portions are not clear, or they require further information with respect to the information which has been presented in the documents.
Okay, and one more question. And in terms of risk management activities implementation, do you have a process in order to communicate in a, I can say, in a formal way, the outcomes of the risk management activities, or how do you provide information to the health authority about this implementation, if applies for sure?
Yes, so from time to time, when you submit the RMP, from time to time, the FDA will request or require information about the progress of the implementation. And also twice a year, the FDA will send out a form for the MAH to fill with respect to the various PV activities which has taken place. So the first reporting period runs from January to June. So by the end of, I think next week, MAHs must supply that information for January to June to the FDA. So it has information where you need to, if you are doing any risk management, RMM, you must provide information on the progress or the status of that implementation. So always the authority is kept in the loop whenever any RMP or any such activity is being undertaken.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Ernest, a very nice presentation. So just a few clarifications. You said that, that the QPPV license will be valid for 3 years. So is there any criteria to reissue the license for QPPVs?
Yes, one is the person must be in good standing with any professional body with which he or she is affiliated to. And also the person must show proof of continuing professional education. If that is not available, then the person must sit for an exam which has been conducted, which will be conducted by the authority.
Okay, thank you. Second point is, you said PABRER would be required 6 monthly for first 2 years, and then at renewal and registration. So when does the renewal happen?
Usually the renewal is every 2 years for depending on the category, but most renewals are done every 2 years.
Okay. And the last question is, that SAEs and SUSARs, so reporting within 7 calendar days, which is quite challenging, and worldwide it is 15 calendar days. So have not, the pharmaceutical companies made any representation with the regulatory authorities to extend it to 15 calendar days? Why I say so, I remember, in one of the African countries, I would not like to name, so they had a foreign reporting within 3 calendar days. And then in my earlier capacity with Sun Pharma, so we made a representation with the regulatory authorities and showed them the regulations of the EU regulations as well as US FDA and other regulations, that it is 15 calendar days, and they changed that. So my question would be, haven't your pharmaceutical companies in Ghana made any representation to the authorities? Because 7 calendar days is very, very challenging.
Yes, I do agree with you. It's quite challenging. Very, very challenging. Last year, November, the FDA had a virtual forum with the QPPVs, and this issue was raised. And the response was, well, they are going to look into it, but then we don't need to have every detail available before you can report it. So as long as the 4 cardinal reporting requirements are ready, you send the report, and as and when you obtain new information, you let the FDA be aware that this is not a new report, but it's an update to an earlier report which has been sent by the MAH.
Okay. Thank you, Ernest.
Yeah, thank you so much once again, Ernest. And now, in view of the time, I will move on to the
May
next.
I just, the last question, may I just quick question?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for nice presentation. My question also about timelines. So you said that a serious adverse event and SUSAR should be reported within 7 days. So my question here is whether there is a difference between seriousness criteria for reporting, because based on EU regulations, in case of death and life-threatening, it should be reported the initial information should be reported within 7 days. And for the other, regarding to other seriousness criteria, it's 15 days. Do you have such a distinguishing feature in your country regarding the, based on your regulations, regarding the seriousness criteria for reporting? This is the first question. And the second question is about the 28 days of reporting of other cases. Do you mean even non-serious adverse events should be reported within 28 days? Because again, coming back to the EU regulations, it should be 90 days for reporting of non-serious adverse events. So you have really very strict requirement for non-serious adverse event, if my understanding is correct. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Yes, indeed. For the seriousness criteria, it applies like to all the reports. So it's not. I think you mentioned one criteria is death, for which it must be reported within
life-threatening and death.
Life-threatening. No, not that. The seriousness criteria: life-threatening, death, congenital abnormality, disability, or further hospitalization. Like they all apply. Those conditions apply to all of them. And also with regard to the 28 days for non-reporting of the SAEs to its, the non-serious AEs, it's still, that's how it is, the 28 days.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. I'm now very excited to introduce our next speaker because she has got a part of my name in her name. So I welcome Dr. Mayada Alkhakeni. She will be talking about the role of decision maker in patient safety. So Dr. Mayada is the Senior Global Non-Trial Activity Manager in Boehringer Ingelheim Corporate Office. She's responsible for evaluating and approving the global and local projects from pharmacovigilance and compliance perspectives. She was the head of pharmacovigilance of the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa in the UAE regional office. She has established a pharmacovigilance system in the region with high quality and efficiency standards. She has 16 years of experience in clinical operation, medical affairs, and pharmacovigilance functions through different pharmaceutical companies like Merck, Sharp, and Dohme. Dr. Mayada was the ex-president and co-founder of ISOP Middle East chapter, established in October 2015 during the annual meeting of ISOP. She has a good understanding of the challenges in maintaining regulatory compliance, utilizing different methods of implementation. So Dr. Mayada Alkhakeni, welcome, and you can please share your presentation now.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And yeah, I can see you have part of your name in my name, so we have a similarity. And before I share my presentation, today I can see that we have a kind of harmony between me and Dr. Nashwat and Dr. Manal to talk about the patient actually. And it appears that we have a big passion about the patient involvement in the pharmacovigilance or patient safety. So I'm going to share my presentation. And please let me know when you are able to see. Are you able to see my screen?
It's still sharing.
Okay. Oh, it's paused. I don't know why. Still sharing?
Yeah, it still is.
Okay, I am in Germany. I expect the net is very, very fast.
Yes,
Okay.
it's all there now. Yeah, please
Okay,
proceed.
good.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much. So first of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you so much for this great opportunity to be in the Global Pharmacovigilance Congress. It's my honor to present and talk about the role of the decision maker in the patient safety. Before I start my presentation, I would like to do some disclaimer and declaration. I am, as already mentioned by Dr. Mayad Al-Khaqani, by qualification and graduation, I'm a dentist. I'm sure some of you will be surprised, but my patient is my passion. So I have to support the patient wherever I will work or perform any activities related to the patient. So I'm the senior global NTA or non-trial activity manager in a corporate office, and leading the review committee on a corporate level to evaluate the projects from pharmacovigilance and compliance, and the co-founder and ex-president of Middle East chapter ISO. I am, as I said, employee of Boehringer Ingelheim. I don't have any conflict of interest to declare. Any expression in this presentation reflect my personal views as an author and not necessarily reflect the views of Boehringer or even the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. And these are my contact details if you would like to be in touch with me. I'm active on LinkedIn, kind of on Twitter, but I'm very active on LinkedIn. Okay, so in my presentation today, as I said, patient is my passion. So most of the time, even like during my career path, from the clinical operation to medical affairs to pharmacovigilance, every day I used to think, how can I support the patient better? How can I add more to the life of the patient? What we can do, even if I'm working in pharmaceutical company, how we can contribute in the life of the patient in order to manage the disease condition and the adverse event. So the objective today is to check if the past was a learning lesson for us, and who are the key drivers in the patient safety, and are we looking to have a shared decision making in our contribution or engagement with the patient. When we talk about the past, we know that previously, years ago, pharmaceutical strategy was driven by profitability, because also there was no well-established health authorities around the world and no good oversight on the patient safety and no proper safety communication, which was the reason to have the thalidomide tragedy and the reason to have many severe birth defects, and forced the World Medical Association to set the standards for clinical research and post-marketing report. And this is the reason why we have many global agencies around the world who help us to come up with a well-regulated drug safety through the regulations and the safety communications and evaluation. Okay, that was the past. But what about the present? The present, we know that we have key drivers in the patient safety: the health authority, the pharmaceutical company, and the healthcare professionals. But what is the role of each one of them in the patient safety or in the pharmacovigilance? So if we would like to talk about the health authority, we know that the health authority, they are the one who create and shape the regulations and implement a successful pharmacovigilance system that requires input and generates output as well. But also they are responsible to grant the marketing authorization approval to allow the access to medicine based on the pre-approval clinical trial results. And they are responsible for the post-approval data surveillance systems to detect and recognize adverse drug reactions. And for sure, if there is any safety communication or alerts, they will be the one who will lead this safety communication. So I try here just to give a high level information, not to go into the details of the health authority responsibilities when it comes to the patient safety. And when we talk about the healthcare professional, we know that the healthcare professional, they are the one who will help the patient to come up with a diagnosis about their disease condition. So they are responsible for patient's care, and also they need, or they are responsible for monitoring the patients for suspected adverse drug reactions. But also they are the one who should carefully consider the new information, alerts the benefit risk profile of the medicine, and compare that to other treatment options and see or check what is the optimal treatment plan for each patient. And for sure, they are contributing to the health quality and patient safety. Okay. Then the other key driver is the pharmaceutical company. And what they are doing, and for sure, pharmaceutical company is the one who will come up with the innovative therapies with different forms or through different forms. So they are responsible to for the research and discovery and development of a new medicines. And they also need to establish pharmacovigilance system according to international standard, and they are responsible to monitor and analyze any signals that need to be communicated to authorities and public. And for sure, one of the main responsibilities for them is to check how they can mitigate the risk through the implementation of different minimizations measures. Okay, so we have 3 key drivers in the patient safety, but we are missing actually, I will say, the main key driver in the patient safety, which is the patient. Patient is, and as already presented by Dr. Nashwat and Dr. Manal, and I'm sure all of you know that the current trend is the patient centricity. And everyone tried to contribute and help the patient to be involved in the journey of the medicine safety, or the journey of the medicine from the development till the access and later on post-approval. But do we have patient in the journey of the medicine? I will say not yet, because we have patients who are struggling, and still we are not able to actively listen to them and to try to understand their need and how we can help them to overcome the challenges when it comes to the medicine and the treatment plan and options. So why we need patients' involvement in the decision making? Many studies had shown that the poor interactions between the healthcare providers and the patients had impacted the health outcomes and the clinic visits. And also they showed that the ineffective dialogue between the healthcare professional and the patients were the reason for overuse, misuse, and poor adherence to the treatment plan. And we know what is the outcome when we have such type of incidents. And they found also these studies that it's very important to help the patients in understanding the conditions of their disease and the treatment options. It will help them to accept and collaborate if we involve them in the discussion and the treatment options. So what we need, shared decision making. I was surprised when I went through the internet to explore and navigate about the shared decision making. And I found that many publications around the world since 2012 and 2016 and maybe beyond, they were talking about the importance of shared decision making. And so what is the shared decision making? The shared decision making here where the healthcare professional creates a conversation with the patient in order to help them to manage their disease and to help them to understand all the treatment options with the advantages of these treatment options and the disadvantages of these treatment options. And as you can see, a lot of publications, but I found there was a publication by the American Academy of Pediatric last year, and they were talking about a qualitative study they conducted actually to assess the impact of the shared decision making on the patients or on the parents and the healthcare providers. So they interviewed, it's a kind of semi-structured interview, 45 minutes, around 27 parents and 16 providers to ask them about, it was informal, you know, to assist how the shared decision-making tool helped them actually to enhance the health or the outcome of the treatment plan. So the nice thing that they found that there are two different perspectives. So the healthcare providers perceive the shared decision making as a process to help them in their discussion with the parents of the child in order to evaluate all the treatment options and the advantage and disadvantages of these treatment options. While the parents of the child or the children perceive the shared decision making as a tool to help them to understand what is going on with their children and what are the availabilities or all the treatment options that available, but also it helped them that they were able to share their feelings with the physician in order to reflect, or I will say reflect the feeling on managing their stress during this tough the tough time of having their children hospitalized at the hospital. Yes, they found also a couple of barriers, you know, like language barrier, for example, culture differences, also, as I said, stress management. But overall outcome, the tool was very helpful. And like, you know, it was like a great opportunity to think about such tool to be available in many hospitals. And I found that in 2016, many hospitals in US and the clinic visits where they start to adapt the shared decision making in their in the system, in the healthcare system, and also they start to include the shared decision making in the medicine curriculum to educate the healthcare professional how to use this tool when they will graduate and start to help the patients. So if you realize that most of the publications were talking about the involvement of the patient with the healthcare professionals. However, I see that the role of the patient engagement with the healthcare professional and pharmaceutical company and health authority. Yes, some of the health authority, they start to involve the patient in the discussion about their decisions when it's come to the access to medicine. But I can see still we need to work more on having the patients in the decision in the decision to access to medicine in many health authorities, and also have the patient in the safety alerts and the communication before we communicate to the public. Let them understand what is the safety alert, what is the safety communication. I found many studies where they were talking about the impact of the safety alert on the usage of the medication in different indications, even if these indications are not impacted by the safety alert, but because the patient receive the safety alert as an action that they need to take and to stop the medication, even if it is not related to the safety alert. Educate the patient on how to understand, as I said, the safety communication, and also involve the patients in shaping the safety regulations. We are creating the regulations for patients, but we need their input to understand how they are perceiving the regulations, what are the expectations from their side. And also from pharmaceutical company, which already I will say that Dr. Mana touched base on this one, that yes, many pharma company, they start to realize that the importance of involving the patients even in the early development of the medicine by understanding their needs, what they want, how they expect the efficacy, the safety, also the cost, what is the forms, the dosage, the administration. All this will help them to design a clinical trial that can meet the expectation of the patient. Also, actively listening to the patient will define, as I said, the objective, and also involvement in the risk measures, and the development of risk measures will mitigate the risk and enhance the patients on the management of adverse event, rather than educate the patients on the management of the adverse events rather than on avoiding adverse events. So we don't want them to avoid adverse event, but we want them to know how to manage the adverse event. And yeah, with the healthcare professional already, captured by many studies, that educated patients about their disease conditions, share with them all the available treatment options, adherence to clinic, to the treatment and the clinic visits, reduce the medication errors, guide the patient on how to store the medicine properly at home. And I remember, like, 10 years back, I was in a conference, and there was a discussion between me and the panel about the importance of explain or educate the patients how to store the medicine at home. This is, I can say it's a big gap. We have it in many countries, in many healthcare systems. And I remember the head of pharmacy, he told me, we don't have time. If we don't have enough resources, we don't have time. And it's not the culture to explain to the patient how to store the medicines at home. And I said, if it is about the culture, then we need to change the culture. If it is about the mindset, also we need to change the mindset and educate ourselves how to help the patient. If it is about the resources, we have to find resources, because we graduated from the medicine college to help the patient. So part of our responsibility and accountability is to help the patient. And one of the most important element, I will say, is how to teach the patient how to store. Because if in the leaflet of the product, it mentioned that we need to store the medication at room temperature, I believe the room temperature in Germany is not like the room temperature, for example, in Iraq. It's completely different scenario. So even if the patient is educated and look at the leaflet and understand that it's fine to store the medicine at room temperature, but the room temperature is more than 50 or 40. So what we are expecting from the efficacy or the safety of the medicine if we store the medication at such room temperature. So again, yes, we can find time, we can find tools. Dr. Nashwa shared many tools how to educate the patient, how use the technology to educate the patient. But we need to work together as a one team in order to be able to achieve this objective. So just, I found many shared decision-making tools, but I found there is a shared approach which already created by the Agency for Healthcare Research and the Quality. And in the shared approach, which have implemented in many hospitals in US, they are talking about 5 steps or 5 phases to use the share approach. First is seek the patient's participations. So involve the patient in the discussion and help your patient to explore and compare treatment options, and also assess your patient's values and the preferences and see how we can match it actually. And reach with the patient a decision and then evaluate the patient decision. So if the patient come up with a decision, we need to help the patient to understand the advantage and disadvantage of this decision, the value and the risk behind this decision. And we cannot like say our hands off, it is the patient decisions, but our role also to explain to the patient if their decisions are right or not. So key takeaways, I will say the shared decision making helped the healthcare providers to have the patient or family satisfaction and increase the treatment adherence, which helped in the reduction of the medication errors, and also help the patient to know how to manage the disease and how to accept the disease mentally in order to be able to accept the treatment plan later on, and for sure help the shared decision making, help them to understand how to manage the adverse event in optimal way. To summarize, I think the shared decision making is still in testing phase, and I will say it's an opportunity to open the door for future studies to test it more and more and see the value of using shared decision making during hospitalization and the clinic visits to increase the patient's engagement and safety. Thank you so much. Danke in Germany, and happy to receive any questions.
Thank you so much for such a great presentation, Dr. Maeda. I mean, as Edward Denning said, that if you can't describe what you're doing as a process, then you don't know actually what you're doing. So thank you so much. And we'll take up the questions later in the interest of time. And I would now like to invite our next presenter, which is Erica Barbarosi from Ireland. She will be talking about EU Pharmacovigilance System Master File. She has acquired her master degree in biology research, after which she began her career in pharmacovigilance. She has worked for several service providers and pharmaceutical companies in clinical and post-marketing settings. During her career, she has gained experience in many aspects of pharmaceutical industry, such as pharmacovigilance, veterinary pharmacovigilance included, and medical information. She has returned to college and completed her second master's degree in pharmaceutical medicine at Trinity College. She's a qualified internal auditor and certified QS lead auditor. She serves as an EU EEA QPPV since 2019 and is a member of both the International Society of Pharmacovigilance and the Pharmaceutical Information and Pharmacovigilance Association. Mrs. Erica, you can please upload your presentation.
Hi, Mayada, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your kind words. Just a second. And are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Now it is in full mode, right?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So thank you so much for the invitation. Today I'm going to talk about the EU Pharmacovigilance System Master File, shortened as PSMF. As kindly I was introduced, I'm from Ireland and I'm working for Johnson R+. We are a consultancy company and yeah, let's begin, not to waste any more time. The next slide is the usual disclaimer that the opinion, what I expressed here, all the bits and pieces, it is true that it's based on all the regulation and available legislative pieces, but it's solely my opinion and not necessarily what my company represents. So first of all, what I would like to talk about is a little bit of a history of the PSMF, and why it is important is because it's not necessarily a completely new concept, what came to life for pharmacovigilance within the industry, because there was something called the Site Master File for the GMP environment sites. And usually all those GMP audits, it has to be presented there. So because it gives a really good foundation and grip how the system works, what drugs are there, etc. The idea was something what pharmacovigilance wanted to implement as well. I mean, all the competent authorities. So basically, the next step was to create the detailed description of pharmacovigilance, which is something really similar as the PSMF. It's the predecessor of the PSMF. But unfortunately, there were several throwbacks of it. I listed a couple of them, for example, that every drug has to have its own detailed description of pharmacovigilance, which created immense of paperwork. And it wasn't handy at all. It was not necessarily registered in the Article 57. And you know, the list can go on. So what happened in 2010? The PSMF got birth. So basically, the new regulation introduced the PSMF as we know today. Basically, every market authorization holder shall have the written PSMF at their disposal, which describes the pharmacovigilance system utilized for the products which are taking care of that same pharmacovigilance system. So it doesn't have to be one by one for each and every product, but it can be many products until the same system is taking care of it, which obviously reduced the paperwork, created a harmonious space for the competent authorities, and to be perfectly fair, made a lot easier the market organization's life. So let's talk a little bit about the aim of the PSMF. So basically, it is an awesome tool for the QPPV for oversight. And why I'm saying it, because every rigorous aspect of the PV system is described in the pharmacovigilance file. And not just that, so you cannot just gain oversight and knowledge about the PV system and how it operates, but also deficiencies of the PV system. And why I'm saying it, and I highlighted another point down here, confirms compliance, because we also include deviations and CAPAs in the PSMF. Another really good advantage of having a single PSMF burden on market authorization holder, and obviously the multiple variations. So with detailed description document, you had to submit multiple variations, which were really costly, and so it came really handy to switch from one to another. It is also a really good tool for inspections and inspection planning, because based on the Pharmacovigilance System Master File, a inspector or the can actually determine the risk factor, and they can categorize the MAH in a risk class. And obviously, if the risk class is higher, then you are more likely to get a inspection. Moving on is I listed here basically the regulatory framework for the PSMF. You can see that there are plenty of them. I'm not going to list every and each and talk about it, because we would be able to stay here for a really long period. But one thing I really like is the last point, module 2 of the GVP, because it gives a really good grip on what's to be included with the PSMF. It basically provides you the whole skeleton of the document. Another important bit, what I would like to highlight, that authorities can request, and they have very well the right to request, the MAH's PSMF. Maybe you have multiple PSMF, it is allowed, so nothing can stop you holding multiple PSMFs, but obviously each PSMF is product specific, so PSMF A will not necessarily describe drug A if you have another PSMF in place for it. I really hope it makes sense. So every PSMF has to describe the right product, so the right procedures with what you're taking care of. When the PSMF is requested by the competent authorities, the MAH shall submit the document within 7 days. If it's not otherwise specified. I've seen a couple of cases where the competent authorities wanted to see the PSMF a lot quicker, so they gave 3 days for the MAH to provide their PSMF. It's not a confirmation from the competent authorities that they are going to come in your house and inspect you. So don't take it granted that, okay, I received a request, so most likely they are going to come and audit us. Not necessarily the case. They might just want to see it, reassess your risk score, and draw their own plan, whether they are going to inspect you in the near future, or maybe they see that your PSMF is quite neat and well put together, and they see that the risk score is quite low, so they will postpone the audit in the far future. Another important point in regards to PSMF, which I do believe that should be highlighted, is the 181. So the synopsis of the pharmacovigilance system master file. Now, with every market authorization application, you shall, as an MAH, submit a 181, which is basically a 1 to 2 page long document, which will confirm for the national competent authorities that, yeah, the MAH has a qualified person for pharmacovigilance in place, the contact details of the QPPV, where the QPPV resides and carries out the responsibilities of his or hers, and that basically the MAH has the capacity and the necessary means and responsibilities listed in Title IX. So yeah, let's talk about the big gun, basically the structure of the PSMF, which basically is described in module 2 very well. This is why I pointed out that if we are looking at all the legislative framework, I would consider that as the go-to point, because all the information included in that line. So I started with the first point, with a cover page, because that is not necessarily mandatory to create a cover page. But you can have a cover page summarizing really nicely the MAH and the QPPV, or any relationship what the MAH has, for example, holding multiple PSMFs and such, to give a bit of a framework to the PSMF. So the first section is the QPPV section. What has to be described? Basically naming who is the QPPV, what's the backup procedure, where the QPPV resides, what are the responsibilities of the QPPV, what are the delegation arrangements made, if the QPPV is not a medic, and who would provide medical input. So the list can go forward. These are just a little bit of a taste how many things have to be already detailed within the first chapter. The second one is the organizational structure of the MAH, so basically an organogram. Usually what I've seen present, and I do believe it's really handy to have a higher overview of the MAH, and obviously highlighting there is any outsourcing arrangement for the MAH in regards to pharmacovigilance, who is doing what, who is taking care of which functions, such as if you have an outsourced QPPV, or if you have a arrangement for literature, who would take care of it. So these bits and pieces have to be really precisely detailed in chapter 2. So going forward within the next chapter, that's the source of safety information. Usually what I've seen is that that's the shortest chapter, to be perfectly fair. Usually you list all the sources, what you can imagine where you would receive safety data, such as patient registries, or you have any past studies, past studies, those should be highlighted in the section. What is really important, and I've seen that sometimes MAHs forget about it, if I may say that, highlighting the route, how they would be able to actually receive all those information, such as phone or fax or email. So this is another bit what I would emphasize, so people would not forget about it when they are looking at a EU PSMF. Moving on, the next big bite is the computerized systems and data. So basically here you have to describe all your systems which take care of pharmacovigilance data. And it's not just a short summary, but you have to go really into details such as validation status, who is the provider, how does the storage look like for the system, backup, BCP plans, and such. So there are many aspects which should be described within the PSMF under this section. Usually this section is quite short, unfortunately, for MAHs, because they are unsure what necessary information they should include here. The next big chapter is the processes, which basically give you a really good grip and overview how you are taking care of your safety data, what is your ICSR process, what is your signal detection process, how you are conducting your risk management, your risk mitigation system, your risk minimization measures in place, because you also have to be highlighted your risk mitigation measures in place. for different countries, if you have anything, obviously. If you don't, then you are a bit luckier, because that little subsection will be shorter for yourself as an MAH. You will obviously detail there the communication process, basically how you're taking care of communication towards HCPs and also towards patients, consumers, if it's necessary. So it's quite of a big portion of the PSMF, and I always recommend MAs to use cross-references in that section, because that would strengthen your section. The inspector will know where to look further for further detail, for further information, and obviously finding out the escalation procedures for each and every process in place. The next bit is the system performance. So where you are detailing your metrics for your pharmacovigilance system. This is a really important section, because you have to actually be able to present metrics, present numbers. So basically you are quantifying what you're doing, and inspectors are able to see actual numbers of your system, percentages as such, for assessing basically how you are reporting to the competent authorities within the time frame, within the legislative time frame, and of course, for example, PSUs, there has to be a formulation where you can measure that, yes, you are compliant with the requirements. And then the last big section is the quality system. So basically it gives a really good overview of the QMS, because whether quality want to admit or not, but they are closely knitted with pharmacovigilance at the same time. So it is really important, and I cannot emphasize enough that UPPVs have to have the ability to influence the QMS system and basically establish high standards and high quality, being able to produce high quality work. In the quality system, you will obviously describe your documentation control, your archiving procedure, how you're conducting your training. So there are several subsections which has to have basically a little bit of a summary how it is done. So in a nutshell, basically that would be the heart of the PSMF, these B7 chapters, and as such there are corresponding annexes at the same time, which would come here. So basically there are corresponding annexes of each and every section. So you can see that Annex A would correspond with the QPPV, Annex B with the organogram, so basically the organizational structure of the MAH. Annex C would give a really good overview of the source of safety information and how you can receive it, from where it can reach you, and you can detail market research programs, clinical trials, post-authorization trials, etc., etc. In Annex D, you are summarizing again your computerized system, but here you would mainly focus who is taking care of what and what type of an agreement you would have with the service provider who takes care of your databases, such as Argus or RSG Prime or PV 24/7 or whatever global safety database you have in place. Then in Annex E, you are listing your written procedures, basically the SOPs. What I always emphasize is to give a version number at least to your list in Annex E, so the inspectors are quite aware where you procedure Annex F would show evidence, the numbers of your compliance. Annex G would summarize your auditing schedule going backwards for 5 years. Annex H would list your products, and obviously Annex I would be the logbook, basically history and the record control of the PSMF. At the end, I just put a couple of inspection findings. PSMF is still within top 3 usually where there are mistakes found by inspectors. Unfortunately, not just minor ones, but major ones and also critical ones. So it's always good to have someone senior to review PSMF and do a gap analysis. So you can be ensured that your PSMF is a well put together document. And actually flow through the presentation. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to let me know and I will try to answer as best as I can. Thank you so much for the attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Erica. That was a very, very thorough presentation, a comprehensive one and a thorough one. I'll just request everyone to park their questions and we'll quickly move on to the next speaker in the next continent, which is Dr. Jayalakshmi Nalavade. She will be talking about risk evaluation and mitigation strategies in the US. She is a medical doctor by profession and has been in the pharmaceutical industry.
Dr. Maya, please, you are not audible, but please, you are not more audible. Sound is not.
Okay, I'll just repeat. Our next speaker is Dr. Jayalakshmi Nalavade. She will be talking about risk evaluation and mitigation strategies in the US. She's a medical doctor by profession and has been in the pharmaceutical industry for more than 10 years, focusing on drug safety and drug development life cycle. Currently, she is Associate Director of Pharmacovigilance and REMS at Lupin Incorporation USA, and she leads the pharmacovigilance, medical information, and REMS activities for Lupin in North America, where she provides strategic expertise on drug safety and risk management activities across the business units. She has hands-on experience in several drug safety and risk management activities, including the centralized management of global pharmacovigilance activities and medical research in new drug development. So without much ado, let me request Dr. Jayalakshmi to please share her presentation.
Thank you so much. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. Just give me a second. Thank you, everyone. And I'm sure, you know, the last 2 days, even now, it's been a great learning experience for everyone, good sharing of best practices in pharmacovigilance. Let's now try and, you know, speak a little bit, talk to how is it that risk evaluation and mitigation strategies in the US are, how are they established? So the views and opinions expressed in this presentation and information discussed are exclusively of me as the individual presenter, and they do not represent the views and opinions of any official company policy of Lupin or any of its affiliates. So, you know, we've heard and we've seen, you know, we talk about REMS. So let's now today try and understand what is REMS, when can REMS be required, brief overview of REMS regulations. And I'm really saying brief overview because there are several regulations and over the years, things have changed. REMS models, what are the components of a REMS program, how are REMS submissions done, REMS modifications, and also REMS assessment. So let's first try and understand what is REMS. REMS is a risk evaluation and mitigation strategy. It's basically a drug safety program that the US FDA can require for certain medications with serious safety concerns to help ensure the benefits of the medication outweigh the risk. So these are basically risk mitigation, risk minimization strategies, which are beyond the professional labeling that's there for every product, right? So REMS are designed to reinforce medication use behavior and actions that support the safe use of medications. While all medications have labeling that inform the healthcare professionals, the healthcare stakeholders about the risks pertaining to a medication, but only a few medications require a REMS program. So REMS are designed to help reduce the occurrence and the severity of certain risks by informing and by supporting the execution of the safe use conditions described in the FDA's approved prescribing information. Please note REMS applies to the NDA products, PLAs, and also ANDAs. So when can, the FDA require REMS? The FDA can require REMS for prescription drugs and biologics if the agency, that's the FDA, determines it is necessary to ensure that the benefits of the medication outweigh the risk. REMS do not apply to over-the-counter medications, medications which are available over-the-counter at pharmacies. Without a REMS, these prescription drugs and biologics would not be approved or would be withdrawn from the market because of a known or a potential serious risk associated with the medication. So it's very clear that there are some serious risks that have been identified over the course of development or even after approval that require the product to have REMS. So there's one thing that I'd like to mention, that REMS can be required before approval if during the development of the product, if during your submissions, your application, it's noted that there are some risks which clearly you need some more measures to ensure that the benefits outweigh the risk. The REMS can be required at that point in time, or at a point in time post-approval when there are some risk noted with the drug, some serious risk for which the FDA determines that a REMS program is necessary. So let's try and understand brief overview of REMS regulations. So the FDAA created a section 505 of the Food, Drug and Cosmetic Act, which authorized the FDA to require a REMS for certain drugs if the FDA determines that a REMS is necessary to ensure that the benefits of the drug outweigh the risk. And within the CDER, that's the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, the Division of Risk Management serves as the subject matter expert and scientific lead for review and for development of REMS. So the FDAA, that's the Food and Drug Administration Amendments Act, was the main act which authorized and which determined that a REMS is necessary. So the FDAA requires to consider the following 6 factors in making a decision about whether to require a REMS for a particular drug product at approval. It's basically what is the estimated size of the population that is likely to use the drug product involved, the seriousness of the disease or the condition that is to be treated with the drug, the expected benefit of the drug product with respect to the disease or condition, the expected or actual duration of treatment with the drug product, and the seriousness of any known or potential adverse events that may be related to the drug product, and the background incidence of such events in the population likely to use the drug product. Also, it's important, one of the factors is whether it's a new molecular entity, which we also call as an NCE as well. So these are mainly the 6 factors which are, kind of taken into consideration for the FDAA to require a REMS for a drug product at approval. Was there a question? Okay. The Appropriations Act of 2020, another important regulation, and which removed the single shared system requirement. So before for ITASU, and I'll come to more details about what is an ITASU, that's an elements to ensure safe use of the drug. So the elements to assure safe use of the drug is ITASU. So for ITASU REMS, the ANDA shall use a single shared system with the innovator. That is something that was before the Appropriations Act of 2020. And afterwards, so currently it's for ITASU and ANDA may use either a single shared system with the listed drug or a different comparable aspect of the ITASU. And we will touch upon some of these things. What is a single shared REMS and what is an ITASU? A single shared REMS system, though the FDA can still require in some cases when the FDA determines that it may require an ANDA to use a single shared REMS with the listed drug, when it determines that there is no separate REMS that could satisfy the necessary requirement. So basically the separate REMS, the ITASU in that is when it's not of a comparable level, meeting the safety expectations as the listed drug REMS, that is a point in time when the FDA can still require a single shared REMS. This is one of the things, again, from the Section 5051 of the FDA&C Act. So when we are talking about REMS, there are really, two models, I would say. The NDA, the PLA holder, which is one sponsor, the innovator REMS that we say, or the reference listed drug, the listed drug REMS. Another is a single shared system REMS. So this encompasses multiple prescription drug products and is developed and implemented jointly by two or more applicants. A shared system REMS will use a single REMS document, supporting document, and any of the appended REMS materials. So applicants generally share in the implementation and the maintenance of any database, all the infrastructure, including the call center used for the program, and are jointly responsible for carrying out all the components of the REMS assessment. So product-specific medication guides are there, and those are the only things which are not shared across the applicant. So every applicant does have, product-specific medication guides that are there. So the benefits of a shared system, when we see that, two or more applicants come together, have one single shared system, I would really say is there is a twofold impact. It's an impact on the drug applicants, but very, very importantly, impact on the stakeholders, the healthcare providers and the patients. In terms of drug applicants, we see that, yes, there is a sharing of costs for developing and implementing the program, analysis of adverse events or safety data, and periodic assessments to determine whether the REMS is meeting its intended risk management goals. And the REMS modifications are, in a way done efficiently, because if you are adding new products, if you are, adding a new applicant, or if you are adding probably a new strength, I think those kind of modifications, be it your revisions or minor REMS modifications or major REMS modifications, they are done in a more efficient fashion. Impact on the healthcare professionals and the patients is really that there is a single portal for participants to engage and undertake activities. When I say undertake activities, it's a single portal for them to enroll, a single portal for them to take the training, complete the certifications, monitor the ongoing progress, everything. It's a single set of REMS materials and information about the program. So when, we are not having multiple different things, that's going to be a little more easier for the healthcare professionals and for the patients to understand and to comply to. So let's now try and understand, given the background of the REMS regulations, briefly of, how the single shared system is, what are the advantages, what are really the components of a REMS program. I would say in a way, there are these 5 components more or less, which are there. A medication guide or a patient package insert to provide risk information to the patients, a communication plan to disseminate the risk information to the healthcare providers, certain packaging and safe disposal technologies for products that pose a serious risk of abuse or overdose, ITASU, that is elements to assure safe use of the drug to mitigate specific serious risk associated with the drug product, and an implementation system through which an applicant can monitor and evaluate the implementation of certain ITASU by healthcare providers or pharmacists or any other responsible parties as well. So let's try and get to, what's a medication guide. So medication guide is basically a paper handout that comes with many prescription medications. The FDA does require medication guides be issued with certain prescribed drugs and biological products when the agency determines that there is certain information that is necessary to prevent serious adverse effects. Patient decision-making should be informed by information about a known serious side effect with the product, or patient adherence to the direction for the use of the product is essential to its effectiveness. So these are, in a way, the categories how the FDA does determine that a medication guide be issued with some prescription medications. We were talking about the communication plan. So a communication plan is, basically FDA approved materials, I would say, and that is to educate the professionals about the serious risk associated with the drug and unsafe and appropriate use of the drug. It can include Dear Healthcare Professional letters, which is basically a dissemination of information to the healthcare professionals or through professional societies. It's important that, these are directed towards healthcare professionals and not towards the patients. So that is one of the things how, as we are doing the communication plan, we got to keep in mind and draft it appropriately and get the approval from the FDA accordingly on the communication plan. ITASU elements. This is something that I do think kind of governs, a lot of the REMS programs and, how we have the REMS programs, how we have the goals set up. So ITASU can be required, may be required if the drug has been shown to be effective, but is associated with a specific serious risk, and it can be only approved or would be withdrawn unless when such elements are required as a part of the strategy to mitigate a specific serious risk listed in the labeling of the drug. So ITASUs could be, a combination of any of the following requirements, which is the healthcare professionals who are really prescribing the drug, diagnosing, prescribing the drug, have a particular training or experience or are specially certified. So there could be enrollment of the healthcare professionals, there could be their training, their certification, ongoing awareness. Pharmacies, practitioners, or healthcare settings that dispense the drug are specially certified. It's again with, the pharmacy enrollment and, whosoever are at the dispensing levels in the pharmacy, those pharmacies are specially certified to dispense that particular drug, to, explain to the patients the risk and, so on. The drugs can be dispensed only to patients in certain healthcare settings, such as hospitals, or if the drug be dispensed to the patients with the evidence or other documentation of safe use conditions, such as a laboratory test result. So there are some ITASUs, some REMS, because of the particular serious risk, there has to be a periodic lab test that has to be done, say before initiation into the program, before initiation of the therapy, and thereafter every 4 months or thereafter every 6 months. So that is something that, is kind of, which is there and which is required for the patients to, come for those lab tests and for the physicians to monitor the test results and ensure that the patient can still take the drug and, it can be dispensed without ensuring that the risks are more. So ultimately we want to ensure that the benefits outweigh the risk. It could also be that, for some REMS, that the patient be subject to some additional monitoring or be enrolled in a registry. It depends on the REMS, on every particular REMS, and on what is the serious risk that we are trying to mitigate over here using the ITASU elements. So it can really be a combination of, a few of these, one of these, anything depending on the risk associated with the REMS, risk associated with the drug. So the REMS program can be done accordingly. In terms of the REMS programs, I would say, currently there are about 61 active REMS, and you can actually find all of this information at REMS at FDA. In terms of ITASU REMS, there are 55 of these 61, which are ITASU REMS. REMS requiring only the communication plan are 4, medication guide is 1, and a communication plan and a medication guide is 1. So these are, in a way, currently the active REMS that are there. And as you see, a large proportion of that is ITASUs, that requires ITASUs, that requires some of those additional risk minimization measures. So when we are talking about, the REMS submissions, what is it really that should be included in the REMS submission? The REMS document, the REMS supporting document, and also the appended materials. So when I say the REMS document, it's really, what are the goals of the REMS? What are the ITASUs, and how are we planning to implement the REMS? The REMS supporting document is really a document which expands on each and every aspect that's there, and it really expands on the REMS document. It describes the implementation in detail with, what is the criteria, what's the methodology, what are the policies when we are, trying to implement, how is it that we think we will be able to monitor the progress of that. The REMS materials are also training and educational materials and REMS communications that are there. So training, when it comes to training, how you're training the physicians, is there a prescriber guide, a patient guide, is there a wallet card? All of these are REMS materials, the training and educational materials, and REMS communications, any Dear Dr. Healthcare Professional letters, all of these. REMS modification. So when we are, doing these REMS, and when we are, submitting also, it's an ongoing process, I would say, to assess to implement and to evaluate how the REMS is doing, how successful it is, how effective it is. So there will be some changes over the course of time, as we are monitoring some of the serious risk, or as some of a new indication is getting added, as you are having some new dosage formulations. So REMS modifications basically is categorized into REMS revisions, your minor REMS modifications, or major REMS modifications, basis on the degree of their potential effect on the information provided in the REMS related to the serious risk associated with the drug, the safe use of the drug, and the actions that the application holder, patients, healthcare professionals, and other stakeholders must take to comply with the REMS. So the revisions are basically, whenever there are any editorial changes to the REMS documents, that is the point in time when we go for REMS revisions. Minor REMS modifications, when your ITASU elements or those things are not really changing, but say you are adding another applicant to the REMS program, that could be. But your major REMS modification is when, you are changing any of the ITASU elements or any of the parameters, how we are going to evaluate if the ITASU is successful. So that is also one of the things. In terms of assessment, every proposed REMS for an NDA and a BLA must have a timetable for submission of REMS assessment that includes assessment submitted to the FDA by the dates that are 18 months or 3 years after the strategy is initially approved, and in the 7th year or if after the strategy is so approved, and is at a frequency specified in the strategy and can be increased or reduced in frequency under certain circumstances and eliminated under certain circumstances. So basically, this is all, as we are submitting and as we are discussing with the FDA, that is how it's determined if, the assessments have to be done at a more frequency or less, or, how will it change? But generally, otherwise, it's 18 months, 3 years, and then in the 7th year. That is how it's assessed. In terms of the assessment categories, what we are trying to always talk about and inform the FDA and, one to be reviewed is around the program outreach and communication. We want to ensure that the program that has been implemented, the ITASU measures, how they have reached the stakeholders, and how is it that the program is implemented and what are the operations. So you want to ensure that the ITASUs have reached. Is it being followed? Is it being understood, where it's, the knowledge check and the safe use behavior? So what is the improvement over here? Are we seeing that, for a particular REMS or for a particular drug, if, because of the risk associated with the drug, if you don't want that, people to be, it's like, a particular risk to flare up more or anything. So you want to evaluate the safe use behavior, wherein we are able to understand whether by understanding these ITASUs, by taking in appropriate training, are the safe practices being really practiced and implemented? And also the health outcomes or any surrogates of health outcomes, as I see. So some of the timetables for submission, as we spoke, this is there, but I really want to also on this slide talk about one of the things that, it can require additional assessment, but it is also one of the things that in terms of assessment, it can be eliminated after 3 years, but everything is upon discussion, upon advice of the FDA and as directed. That is there. So few things in terms of, I would say, best practices is it's very important if, you are the NDA or the BLA holder, and, it's like for all of us, basically, do your homework, understand the product landscape and the challenges. So when we are talking about the product landscape and we are talking about the challenges, one of the things is if yours is an NDA product or a BLA product, from the product development through your application, what are the risks associated with your product. Your product very well. So if you know the landscape, if you know the challenges, you kind of know when, a REMS will be required. And that is where, the discussions start. And, if the agency is asking for a REMS program, you know why it is. It's very important to know whether your product is a new molecular entity. Does it have any boxed warnings that is there? One of the things in terms of implementation of the REMS programs that I've seen and is that, there is a significant amount of commitment that's required and a very good cross-functional collaboration between your internal stakeholders, between the external stakeholders that's there. That is very critical for ensuring that the risk mitigation strategies are successful. It's very important that at the right time and proactively, we reach out to the FDA for any guidance or advice during REMS development, or even as you're setting up a single shared program that's there. All the mitigation strategies that we're doing, that we're thinking of, and that we're planning, ITASUs and training of the healthcare professionals, of the pharmacists, everything. We're doing because we want a controlled distribution, probably. We want the medication to be safe for its use. So plan any strategy, have your goals keeping the patient in mind. So it's like, how clearly are we able to communicate to the patient? Is it to improve patient safety? Yes. So that is something that we should be able to clearly communicate and ensure that it's an ongoing goal and we are aligned on the goal. With that, I'd like to take up any questions if you have, and REMS guidance documents. There are some of very good guidance documents that are there on the website. And there are guidance documents for basically everything around the modifications, around assessments, around development of a single shared REM system. So it's kind of when you can visit this website and, you will become aware of the various REMS guidelines also that are there. So it's not a single, but there are various REMS guidance documents that are available.
Sure. Thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have any questions for the speaker?
Yeah, well, this is Josue, and first of all, thank you so much for this insightful presentation. And I have a question for you. According to your experience, what do you consider are the main pros and cons of the REMS model compared with the RMP model?
I would say, hold on one second. Am I okay? I am still unmuted. I would say both the models are different. So, it is different how we see them. I know REMS is in the US and RMP is where in Europe or in rest of the world that's there. In terms of the pros and cons, from my perspective, I think that, REMS programs, yes, these are ongoing evaluations. These are over a certain period of time. I would also like to say one thing, and which I know in the interest of time, I kind of didn't touch upon in today's topic is there can be REMS inspections and there can be the way you have your GMP inspections, you can have a standalone REMS inspections also. In terms of the RMP model and in terms of the REMS model, to come back to your question, one of the things that I feel is in a REMS model, when you have a single shared system and when you're trying to make it easier for the stakeholders, keep in mind the healthcare professionals, the patients, when they have to take one training, one certification, one enrollment, and not different things for different products. That is, I think, kind of the biggest pros, I would say, because in your RMP models, sometimes when the regulators do advise to harmonize the, your additional risk minimization activities or so, it's a good situation. But otherwise, think about the stakeholders really. So that is one of the things. Again, it's not, I would say, an easy thing to set up a single shared system because when you're having two or more applicants, if you are having multiple applicants, it's like, I would say, maybe in 40s, 50s, or whatever it is, it's kind of a challenge to get everyone together. Firstly, establish your agreements. So that is where I would say, that is the part where we need to work a little bit harder on in getting up those things, speeding up those agreements, and then agreeing to the best practices. Because when you are trying to establish, say, a single shared REM system with the innovator, you kind of have to align. There has to be a transition plan. You have to understand, okay, these are my stakeholders. Am I going to re-enroll them? Will they be auto-enrolled in the REMS program? So those kind of things have to be planned and strategized. But it takes some time, but I think it's kind of very helpful for everyone in the long run, especially the stakeholders.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Whichever business you are in, if you're not investing in risk management, then it's a risky business.
Absolutely. Well said.
A quick question, Dr. Jayalakshmi. So, use of the registries as a part of REMS program, which particular molecules would require that?
It depends on the molecule, but I would say pregnancy registries or, I would say anti-epileptic registries. It depends on the molecule, and it's not always that, the patients have to be enrolled. It's really how the risk is and, what kind of ETASU measures are required, say, in a combination. But I would say I've seen probably the pregnancy registries wherein, you are monitoring an ongoing outcome of the pregnancy of the baby. That is something that's also kind of helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then we move on to the next speaker, which
Thank you.
is Angela Caro, and she is a pharmacist, epidemiologist in MS Pharmaceutical Care, and she's an MSc in Education with more than 15 years of experience. She's an international consultant and lecturer in pharmacovigilance, safe use of medications, medical devices, patient safety, management of information sources, and patient education, including standard of national and international accreditation, JCI, with experience as a teacher in the same areas. She's a member of research ethics committees, founding member and president of the Colombian Association of Pharmacovigilance, International Society of Pharmacovigilance board member, and ISOP Special Interest Group Medication Errors co-chair. She's an ISOP SIG Risk Communicator member and ISOP SIG coordinator. She's a founding member of Latin American Network of Human Factors and Ergonomics in Healthcare Systems. Currently, Pharmacy Career Director in Pontificia Unified at Javeriana. So welcome, Dr. Angela. And also let me tell you that the speaker has got up, earlier than 6 a.m. to address us on medication errors. So welcome and thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Angela.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me fine?
Yes, and we can see your presentation as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. I am so happy to be here. Yes, it's 6 a.m. here in Colombia, but I am so happy to be in this spot. Okay, then I want to start talking about a little about ISOP. Maybe some people here don't know what ISOP is. And I want to show you, I think someone is playing with my screen, but okay. ISOP is a professional and academical society, and we work in pharmacovigilance. It starts like an European society in 1992, but they become an international society in 2000. Then we are a non-profit independent organization, and all of the efforts that we do are for having the best practices in pharmacovigilance in the world. Then I want to invite you to join ISOP because we have the very good benefits for the members. And I want to show you some important objectives that ISOP are doing in this moment. Of course, our first and main is to have the safe and proper use of medicines and increase the pharmacovigilance knowledge in all the world. We have some activities, educational activities, and we love to help people, for example, in the regulatory agencies or in the industry. Then it's a kind of invitation to join us. This is the board, the current board. We have here our president, Mira Harrison. And this is the group that is working. All of us are representing different sides of the planet. We are people from China, from Ecuador and Colombia, and Europe. This is all the group. And we have one important thing. It is the SIX. The SIX are this special interest group, and I am now the coordinator of the special interest group. And we have a lot of groups for you if you want to join us. And one of these is the medication errors group. And I want to show you what we are doing and how we can learn about medication errors. Then this is our webpage of the medication errors group. If you are interested in medication errors prevention and how we can learn about medication errors, you are fully welcome to join us. And you find all the information here. Then we work in one specific aspect. We are so happy to implement this square, and this is one that I write some years ago, and it is what a pharmacovigilance systems needs to achieve, needs to develop for having a better use of medications. And you can start here seeing the pharmacovigilance system needs to have three parts. One, it's about the information subsystem. It means how we can recollect information to have the possibility to take decisions. In this one, you could have two options, mainly. The first one is the passive pharmacovigilance, and it includes just to receive the spontaneous report in the description, for example, of the adverse drug events or the medication errors. In that information subsystem, you could use another strategy. It is the active search. When we are talking about active search, it is when we said, okay, it is not just the information that I received by an spontaneous report. I need to go and find more information. And you can find that information if you do something like an auditory. The auditory is the way to have the information of what is happening in your process, all of the information that you are doing, that all the process that you are doing needs to have this specific information that what we could do better, what I need to improve. Then if you have the information that what is failing, you could take decisions to be better at that. But if you are not monitoring your process, probably you don't know what is happening with your process in pharmacovigilance. Then with this auditory, you could verify, for example, if you are monitoring the events in real life. I am talking about in hospitals or with the patients, or in specific campaigns, or what is happening with your medication, with your drugs. Other option is to have the process evaluations. It means how the medication could be used better. For example, if you are saying to the hospitals or to the nurses or physicians, what is the best way to use your medication, you must to invite them to evaluate the process and to understand if all these recommendations that you are doing for the use are really working, and the patients are really protected of all of this risk. If you are working in a hospital, you could evaluate all the process that use of the medicines. For example, if you are a pharmacist in charge of the distribution of the medication, you could evaluate if all the conditions that you are doing for this are the best, or you need to modify something. Or if you work with physicians, you could ask about the good practice in prescription and how it could be the safe way to prescribe the medication. Okay, what is important when we are talking about this subsystem of information? To have the quality of the information for take decisions, because if we don't have the enough information or with very good quality or integrity, it's so difficult to take a decision. If you have some reports, or if you are looking for information but you don't have the all view, the landscape of the use of medicines, maybe you are taking a decision that it is not right, because it is only a point of view. And you need to be sure to receive the best information or to find the best information for having all the elements to take the decisions. Then it's so important to maintain the reliable information, and you will be sure that you are taking the best decision when you are analyzing the information. And that is our next topic, the subsystem of analysis. The recommendation is you verify if you are receiving information of medication errors, or are you receiving information of adverse drugs reactions. I want to inform that we usually talk about medication errors is when you have a question that is preventable. It's more related with a mistake for someone do something that it was wrong. And when we are talking about this, we said we have all the possibilities to change the system to prevent these medication errors. Then if we are talking about these medication errors, we took a way to act for prevent new errors. And it includes, for example, give more information to the healthcare workers, or it includes to change, for example, the labeling. If the labeling is not so clear or the information with the product is not clear, we could have more medication errors. And when we are talking about adverse drug reactions, it's more thinking about the population who is using the medication, in what age, different topics that you could modify maybe, but not in the same way that medication errors. With adverse drugs reactions, you are talking more to be more, for example, mitigate some adverse drugs reaction if it is for people who is aging, or for people who has a specific particular condition by race, for example. Then in medication errors, we have more the intention to define best practices in use, including prescription, dispensing, administration, etc. The other point when we are analyzing this in this pharmacovigilance system is the prioritization. We need to understand if these events are so severe, and or if it is high risk of exposition. If we have that, we could interview the most important events. For example, we have information from ISMP, the Institute for Safe Medication Practices, talking about vaccines right now. And they say we are seeing a lot of cases about, for example, the change of the medications specifically. Then if we are saying we are not using this vaccine, we are using this one, and the population are receiving the vaccine that it is not that they need, we could prevent this for a different way. For example, taking notes about what are the specific vaccine that one population needs. And other important thing is if they are happening a lot or if it is not so common. And some events are not common, but are important. For example, I saw a news when the person who was administered vaccines give a doses of measles vaccine and not, and the patient needs a measles vaccine, a baby, and they administrate, for example, a COVID vaccines, and all of us know that they are not in this moment authorized for kids. Then these are the kind of cases that are not so common, but that are so important. Then it's important to define what is the severity, but to what is the frequency of these cases are happening for take some decisions. And we need to define what is the best way to analyze the medication errors or the adverse drugs events. Specifically with medication errors, we in the group are talking about the analysis by human factors. The human factors are and I will show you in some minutes, the human factors are the way to look all the system, the complex system, and understand this is not a problem with one person. One person maybe was wrong and make a mistake, but it is not just one person's problem. It is a problem for all the system. And we need to understand what is the contribution of each stakeholder in the medication error. And when we are analyzing medication errors, it's important to know if it is a problem that happens because internal or external factors. I will talk about in some minutes. Then finally, we have the third subsystem, and it is the intervention system. And then in that intervention, it's important to know if we need to do intervention for all the people, for a big population exposed to risk, or if it is important to have just an individual intervention. For example, if we are talking about the system, we need to modify, for example, the labeling of the medication. We of course, all the people who is exposed to the risk of the medication will be covered if I modify the labeling. If I just go to the physician, for example, who prescribe in a wrong way, it is an individual and probably don't has the same impact of the impact that if I do a population measure. The other important intervention subsystem is to understand if I need to do this intervention to prevent medication errors immediately, or if I could do a long-term intervention. For example, an immediately intervention when I am talking about the problems with an oncologic product, for example, could be a labeling in the place that we are working in, for example, in a hospital. And I could do that immediately and protect all the patients of that risk. But sometimes we need to do a long-term interventions when I thinking about the labeling, but for in the industry. The industry couldn't change the labeling in the same moment that the medication error appears. They need a little time for change the labeling. But it's the same intervention, but for different stakeholders. Okay. Then I want to talk when the medication errors happens, what we need to do. The most important thing is to understand who could investigate. We have a person in charge of these investigations. We have a person in our company. We have a person in the hospital to investigate what happened. If not, it's important to have one. We talk about the medication safety officer. Is a great element in the organizations, a person who verify if the case is happening and how we could manage it and how could we prevent more events like this. When I decide who is investigating, the other point is how collect the information. It's important to define if I need to do interviews for people who was in the medication errors event, or if we have a specific interview, but just person by person, or if we want to work in a focus group, or how we could have the confidentiality of the information, because the people who is involved in a medication errors always are afraid of what happened with his career. And if it's, for example, the death of our patients, the people are very, very scared. Then it's important to understand they are persons, we are persons, and in that case, it's important to understand it is not because this person was just a bad person, a bad professional. It is because the system provide all the elements to have the mistake there. Then I need to understand the causes, what happened really. It was because the labeling problem, or it because of not education about the use of the medicine, or it is because the communication between the patient and the healthcare workers was bad, or but we need to understand that all of this depends of the culture of safety in the organization and in the system. Then the other thing important is the persons to talk with. We need to verify with all the professionals of healthcare. We need to work with a patient safety person in the industry, or what we need to verify in each step of the use of medication for having the best results and the best intervention to prevent new cases. Finally, how confidential it will be. sometimes, of course, we consider the best is to be transparent, is to be totally open with the information, but in some organization that is not so easy to do. And what is the information that I will inform to the regulatory agency? The best way is to understand we don't have guilty people. We have more people who want to learn about the medication errors and want to prevent other information, other cases. Well, this is one of the ways to understand what are the contributor factors for medication errors and how we could investigate one of these. We have a little time, but I can show you. We have this here in the red point. The active failures is where I see the mistake as the specific act that happened. Someone is playing again with my presentation. Please turn right in it. Thank you. Okay. Well, but the other point is all the internal aspects that are happening. For example, the individual factors, the patient factors, the task characteristic. It means the people is doing a task with it, and it is so the same actors are routinary. The people usually have the sensation of it is so boring, it is not the best way to do the thing, and they jump the instructions, etc. But other important factors is the organizational factors. It is the policies and the procedures and the functions and the team organization, the leadership. And this is very important to understand what happened because the procedures, for example, are not clear, or the leadership is not going well. And always we need to talk about the communication system and the safety culture. If medication errors happens, is because we don't have enough safety culture, and we need to work in that. And usually it's because we have a problem in the communication. Someone don't say something, or someone's understand different information, on someone not reading in the way that they need, or take decisions because they have other information. Then we could analyze the medication errors too, about the contributory factors. Cognitive factors are for me the most interesting, and I am working in this specifically in cognitive factors. And it includes how the people are understanding what happened in the practice of pharmacy, or in the use of medicines, or what happens with the leadership. The people really have all the skills for take decision about medications, or what is happening here. But we have another factors, for example, in behavior, and it includes fatigue. For example, in this moment that we are working with this pandemic, fatigue is very important element to define if a cause of medication errors, or we have a risk behavior, or the routine violation that I told you before when we talk about task descriptions. And of course, we could define what is the error, included the moment of the use, prescribing, dispensing, packaging, delivering, administration of the medications. And we can define if the medication error is about a wrong patient, a wrong drug, a wrong doses. And we can take decisions analyzing all the information of the medication, of the moment of use, of the factors, contribution, etc. And the most important is to improve a plan. And I want to suggest to improve a plan, including what is the strategy that I need to work for improve this problem of medication errors, who is responsible, how we are doing that, when it will happen, and a measure of indicator. When we have all these elements, we could say that we have a plan to prevent new medication errors, and we could work with all the stakeholders to take decisions and to modify the system for having less option or less risk in medication error. It's important to work with all the stakeholders to say what is the best way to understand the medication error and the best way to improve for best practices. As I told you, one of my most important things about the cognitive and metacognitive process in medication. When we are talking about cognitive and metacognitive, we are talking about the option that the people has to understand and to learn about medication errors. And when we have this option to understand and to learn, they'll help us for the next experience. Then the invitation is always that we have a problem. Try to see under your own brain and try to understand what we are doing. For example, if we are reading the information and we are interpreting the information in the best way in all of these cases of use, how are we making decisions in medication management? If we are really learning about the experience that we have about medication errors, if we know what is happening in our brain about this, or if the people who is working in medications errors knows what is happening here. And it includes, for example, in industry, to understand if the people really understand the labeling that they are reading. If we are using memory and using previous information, if we are producing or making new knowledge. And it's, I have a noise. If you could help me, some people, thank you so much. And how we could produce new knowledge about these medication errors prevention. For example, if we have these cases and I receive the reports, it's important to show to the world what is happening and what the people are doing wrong and how we could prevent. Because it's not, I want to be very go to this point specifically. We don't have guilty people. We have people immersed in a system that receive for all of these elements finalized in medication errors, but it's not because the people are bad or bad healthcare workers. Then we need to produce new knowledge and share it with the world and with the regulatory agencies and said, what is the problem with this medication? How the people are making mistakes with this and how we could prevent it. And it is very related with communication. The communication between the stakeholders, the communication between among the stakeholders and the patient, all the communication that we need to do for prevent more mistakes. Finally, I want to invite you to the Patient Safety Day. This is an initiative that we have in ISOP. I am the coordinator of this event, and it is in 16 and 17 of September in the Patient Safety Day for the WHO. And it is a moment to be together and talk about medication errors. And I want to invite you. The last year we had conferences for all the world, around all the world, and it was a very successful event. And if you don't know about this or you never heard about this, I want to invite you to our YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel in ISOP, and all the information is totally free, and you could enter and see all these activities, all of these conferences that we did in different languages and different speakers. All it was great information for you, totally free, and you don't need to be a member of ISOP for enjoy this information. But of course, I want to invite you again to join ISOP and join to these specific projects that we are doing in this moment. I am so sorry because someone played with my presentation, but I hope you could read. We have social media impact for our group. We are working in infographics, and we are working in this project of medication safety officer, specifically in vaccines, COVID, and of course our event and ISO Patient Safety Day. And we are working too with the Uppsala Monitoring Center in the Medication Safety Week. And we work with a lot of documents and practices that all of you could participate if you join ISOP and join our SIG of medication errors. This is the social media of our group, and I invite you to join us. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am so happy to be here, and I'm so happy to share this information. Thank you so much.
We are grateful to you, Angela, for such a methodical presentation, a very informative one. I request you to stay on till the end of the sessions, because that's when we will take up further questions from everyone. So to keep up the momentum, I would now like to invite Alejandro Zamorano from Mexico, and he will be talking about risk communication, which is a constant challenge. Alejandro is a pharmacist who's located in Mexico. During the last 16 years, his experience has been in pharmaceutical industry, in pharmacovigilance field, and medical information. He's also a professor at University UNAM in pharmacovigilance and material vigilance. He's the founder of Latino American Network of Pharmacovigilance, member of Directive Board of National College of Pharmacists, and local representative of Ibero Latin American Pharmacist Organization. He considered that communication and pharmacovigilance face daily and introduced a new form to transmit the information. He says that almost all the people take risks, but if people have more information, maybe they can take a better decision. So thank you for that quote, Alejandro. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Maya. It's a pleasure to meet you. And well, hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be part of this great event. Dr. Chimaya and all staff involved in all organization, thank you. And my best wishes to you. Thank you to include people from America, not only USA, Colombia, Argentina, Costa Rica, and Mexico. Well, in the next minutes, I'm going to share the topic, risk communication, a constant challenge. First of all, my personal statement, all the content of this presentation is my point of view with the support of specialized bibliography and personal experiences. One word, one phrase, one image can change our perspective, our knowledge, our decision, our measures to prevent some risk. Maybe you had the opportunity to see this image and listen to the phrase. Again, one man, one phrase, one image. An important soccer player, Cristiano Ronaldo, said, Coca-Cola no, water. The message was, always fit, never fat. Can you imagine the power of these words? How many people around the world thought, this man knows. The message was, always fit, never fat. And the people reacted in the social networks. Coca-Cola company lose money. During this epidemic situation, I have a question for you. How many famous people in arts, sport, entertainment have declared, follow the medical recommendations, avoid the self-medication, do not share your medicines, stay at home if you have symptoms of COVID-19, etc. One definition, risk, the probability of exposure to future events with negative consequences. The most important note of risk communication was published in the Lancet journal in 1961. And a small letter of editor. One question changed the safety perception of medicinal products. Have any of your readers seen similar abnormalities in babies, the liver of women who have taken this drug during pregnancy? Yeah, Dr. McBride. One man, one question. His voice, one journal, results in medical congress versus pharmaceutical industry, medical community, health authorities. The pharmacovigilance had started. According to risk communication is the real-time exchange of information, advice, and opinions between experts or officials and people who face threat to their survival, health, or economic or social well-being. We'll listen these typical phrases. We could have avoided. There is a remote cause of a peer. The risk is not significant. I don't mention this risk. Without risk, if it doesn't hurt, it doesn't work. I like to take risk. I live in the edge of risk. Recently, SIOM's group was released a pharmacovigilance glossary and provide next definition for risk communication. Any exchange of information concerning the existing nature, form, severity, or acceptability of health or environmental risks. Effective risk communication involves determining the types of information that interested and affected parties need and want, and presenting this information to them in a useful, accessible, and meaningful way. So you can see in the cartoon some jokes about how is the risk communication. So about the effectiveness, safety information. Well, safety communication is considered effective when the message transmitted is received and understood by the target audience in the way it was intended, and appropriate actions are taken by the target audience. But it's not easy to reach this target audience because we have barriers. Empathy, achieve a better connection with the people in short term and in a long term. Risk perception, each mind is a word. Personal beliefs and experiences. The people said, in my experience, or I believe. At the end, we are believers in different things. Access to the information, TV, internet, radio, newspaper, etc. Although we live in the century 21st, not all have access to the right information. Fake news. Sometimes these notes are a headache or provoke us love, angry, confusion. So what to do? What to do? Okay. In front of us, we have challenge in risk communication. We are part of participative community. We face to healthcare providers and patients interested in the truth, courageous to assume the risk with evidence, inject innovation. In the COVID-19 situation, we learn new ways to transmit the information. This Congress is a good example. Preparation to assume the risk. As I told you before, with people interested to assume the risk, we must increase our knowledge to be prepared for any situation of risk. By consequence, we need to know more about the kind of risk the patient faces with the medicinal and alternative therapies. Ethical aspect: who, when, how, where, what to say. Facts versus fiction. We should identify the sources and look the evidence. Infodemic. As pharmacovigilance, we must be ready to discuss any safety information of medicinal products. Political decisions, our daily task. Don't forget, Rome was not built in one day. We must work together. Health authorities, healthcare providers, patients, politicians, academia, pharmaceutical industry. We need to share our points of view because the target is the same, the patient safety. We can take advantage of social networks, newspapers, web page, podcasts, journals, congress, webinars, booklets, leaflets, masterclass. I want to share with you a paragraph of the book Against the Goals, The Remarkable Story of Risk of Peter Bernstein. Until we can distinguish between an event that is truly random and an event that is result of cause and effect, we will know whether what we see is what we'll get, know how we got what we got. When we take a risk, we are betting on an outcome that will result from a decision we have made. Thus, we don't know for certain what the outcome will be. The essence of risk management lies in maximizing the areas where we have some control over the outcome, while minimizing the areas where we have absolutely no control over the outcome and the linkage between effect and cause is hidden from us. Therefore, my dear colleagues, what do you prefer? Comfort in the lies or disagreement in the truth? Almost I finished my participation, but I want to recommend the next movies to know more about of different perspective of the risk and the consequences. The first one, 50 Years of Shame, a Spanish documentary film that described the life of people affected by thalidomide in Spain and their survival. The second one, Attacking the Devil, the chronic of thalidomide in United Kingdom. And the third one, La Fille de Brest, the history of the scandal of Mediator. Remember, everything in our life can have adverse events, really everything. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Adverse events include irritability, weight gain, jealousy, etc. Sometimes laughter is the best medicine and the benefits are better. Please do not hesitate to come to Mexico and enjoy a Mexican friendship. If you want to connect with me, I leave my social networks. And please put in your social networks, let us do pharmacovigilance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. That was such a wonderful pictorial presentation with all such clear messaging. But we'll quickly move on to the last speaker for the day, which is Gabriela Rivas from Costa Rica. And, you know, before I move on to her talk, which is application of statistics in PV, I would like to highlight that actually George Bernard Shaw once said that it is the mask of a truly intelligent person to be moved by statistics. So let us see how Gabriela can help us become a little more intelligent. Gabriela, please, all yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here. And as Dr. Moreno said, well, thank you very much for inviting to this very nice Congress of all colleagues from Latin America as well. Let me share my screen. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me know when you can see, because I think.
Gabriela, we can see the screen, but if you can put it on the presentation mode, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, but I think it's. Second. Okay, I'm sort of having some technical issue here because I can't.
No worries. I think it can be taken as it is.
Okay, I'm done now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you
Good
again for the
morning.
opportunity of being here. With this presentation, I don't intend for anybody to become an expert in statistics, rather than to give you an overview of how statistics can impact and how can statistics benefit our pharmacovigilance daily functions. Okay, first of all, what is first of all, I want to make this little disclaimer that the content of this presentation does not represent the opinion of the company that I work for, rather than information collected from databases, bibliography, and professional experience and my personal background. Then, what is a statistic? Well, a statistic is the science of collecting, analyzing, presenting, and interpreting data. That is a definition that you can easily find in a dictionary and may not tell much about what is the statistics in real life, and then we'll come over it for a little. As a general background, we can tell that PV organizations definitely face increasing pressures to enhance their analytic capabilities and become a value-added partner for the product development lifecycle. In pharmacovigilance, we have to act lean, we have to act fast, we have to take care of our products at the end, take care of all of our patients. Companies must be proactive about accurately monitoring and assessing the benefit-risk profile of a medicinal product as early as possible in the product life cycle. This is where pharmacovigilance analytics come into place. So what is pharmacovigilance analytics? We can tell that it is the use of advanced analytical and statistical techniques with the purpose to examine large and varied data sets containing safety information, to discover patterns that might be hidden, unknown correlations between medicines and adverse events, trends, patients' preferences, and other useful information that can help pharmaceutical industries and other organizations, healthcare organizations, make more informed business decisions. The effective management of safety data across multiple platforms is critical for the analysis and understanding all these safety events. At the end, what is the purpose of pharmacovigilance analytics? Well, one of the main purposes is to leverage big data and the benefits of using such data across the value chain to build what? Well, to build synergy between traditional, including regulatory obligations, analytics, and big data analytics to provide faster and better insights to the organization. As I told at the beginning, the organizations aim to be lean and fast, taking care of the product safety profile for, at the end, being compliant with all the regulations and taking care of all the patients. Basically, in the framework of our pharmacovigilance, PV analytics should be applied to gain insights by integrating data related to medicinal products from multiple sources, and then apply these techniques to compare and summarize all the data found. PV analytics has a lot of uses, and I will mention some of them, but of course, this is not all. We can, with PV analytics, monitor the compliance regarding adverse events and case management. We can also support analysis for signal detection. We can contribute to the elaboration of benefit-risk assessments as standalone or as a part of some of the regulatory aggregate reports. We can also provide knowledge in discovery and the factors governing the association between the exposure to an medicinal product and its effects on the population. Also, PV analytics might be used to integrate data. Also, PV analytics applies new techniques for analysis of data, including, but of course not limited to, data mining. And in a couple of minutes, I'll speak to you a little about what is data mining and what tools are used now or have been developed to mine text. Some of the data sources used obtain data are a combination of safety databases, FDA adverse event reporting system known as FIRES, the EMA Vigilance system as well, and VGBase, which is a database, as you may know, from the World Health Organization. So what is big data? The term big data refers when we are speaking to a huge volume of diverse, dynamic, distributed, structured or unstructured data that provides opportunities, challenges to its interpretation. Why? Because this data is complex, has a lot of content, and is large of size. Traditional methods are often not appropriate for processing big data because of the volume, as I just told you. So other features and other tools must be used in order to examine this data and to take like the best part of it. What is data mining? Data mining, when we speak about it, it comes to an analytical process where some sets of these large data sets are analyzed or mined, that is like a synonym, in search of meaningful patterns, relationships, or insights. Systematic examination of reported adverse events by using statistical or mathematical tools. With it, we will generate statistical values or scores. These scores, what we'll do is that will indicate the strength of association between a drug of interest and an event in a database. So we can tell that the higher the score, the stronger the statistical association will be. These scores are used to alert safety evaluators for what? Well, for potential issues, including safety signals. Many statistical methods have been developed for data mining, all these signals in the databases and other sources. In just a few times, I'll tell you about some of these statistical methods and tools that are being developed. Okay, what is disproportionality? Disproportionality is the main or primary method used for data mining, the spontaneous reporting systems, or SRS, as they are known. These disproportionality methods employs or use algorithms that perform disproportionality analysis. These analyses are based on statistical calculations that detect drug and adverse drug event associations that occur at higher than expected frequency. Then these methods, what they do is that they compare the actual account for an association between a drug with the background of these adverse events for all the drugs or all drug combination in the database available. In this process, this disproportionality analysis produces a proportional reporting ratio, or PRR. This PRR, what it does is that it indicates the degree of disproportionality occurring for a drug and an adverse drug event association compared with all other products available in the database. And if a high number of adverse drug event associations are detected compared with the background count, a signal for a potential cause-effect relationship between the specific drug and the adverse event drug has been detected. Although this proportionality method is not like the best method for all, it's some of what kind of used in order to mine data and in order to gain some insights of some statistical methods. There are other methods that can replace these proportionality methods or other methods, and I will mention some just for your information. One of them is multi-item gamma poison shrinker, or MTPS, also the Bayesian confidence propagation neural network. These methods I just mentioned are methods used by the FDA and the World Health Organization respectively, and they are used to analyze their database. Also, as I told you a couple of minutes ago, there are other data mining software programs developed for pharmacovigilance that are used by some other healthcare companies that are used to generate the proportional ratio or the NGPS scores. And some of these tools available are the empirical signal created or developed by Oracle Corporation. Also, we have the PD analyzer, SAS, created by the SAS Institute. And also important to mention that the FDA as well is evaluating and advising on the development of a new proprietary software tool called Molecular Analysis of Side Effects, or MACE by its abbreviation. Okay, then when it comes to text mining, what is it exactly? Well, as I told you, when we analyze this data, we usually have large volumes of this complex data. This data sometimes is unstructured, or other times it is narrative, and is presented or is content in the text submitted in the adverse drug events report. Then this information, since it has a very large volume, it needs analysis using text mining. Examples of some unstructured data that can be mined for pharmacovigilance purposes includes event descriptions or narratives in the electronic health records, also information found in medical literature, in social media, and in the internet. The FDA has developed a tool called Vaccine Adverse Event Text Mining, or VATM, that is a system used to detect adverse drug event associations present in the text of your database. And it is maintained for vaccine information, which, as you all may know, right now it's like top. Also, the FDA developed a search and retrieval framework called SARF that can also be used to mining to screen or to look for a list of items within a number of informational repositories. So they can look in a broad list of repositories in order to do this text mining and analyze the data available. There are other statistical tools besides the one that I've spoken to you that can also be used. For example, we have the CPA, or change point analysis, which is a statistical method used for examining large databases to determine whether a change in the variability or slope has taken place in a time series or sequence. This is widely used as a public health surveillance tool that can detect the longitudinal effects of adverse drug events and drug recalls, which is very useful, as you may know, in the pharmacovigilance environment. We also have other geographical information system technology that what they do is to enable analysts to capture, analyze, and manage drug safety data temporally and geographically, specifically located in some region or some country. Then this allows real-time identification and intervention. This technology can be used to identify risk populations, product contamination patterns, and areas where public health education or assistance might be needed. Finally, we also can find, or we can have at hand, visualization tools, which some of them are graphical tools, such as heat or sector maps. Those are used to create a visual representation, again, of large, complex bodies of data. These tools can then be applied to visually display some subgroups of related products and outcomes to assist drug safety researchers in making comparisons between different products, different populations, and different circumstances. We can speak also a little about what the EMA is doing in terms of statistics and what they are being using. Since November 2005, in the European Economic Area, the reporting of individual case safety reports became mandatory. Then the Eudravigilance data analysis system was developed by the EMA to support the European Union pharmacovigilance activities and thus the implementation of the European Union risk management strategy. This Eudravigilance data analysis system allows the stakeholders to analyze adverse events, data, or subsets of data based on statistical methods and identify potential safety issues related to medicinal products. The system was designed to support the pharmacovigilance activities of all types developed and authorized in the European community, independent of whether the organization of the authorization procedure. It provides tools that aim at consultation and identification, evaluation, and ongoing monitoring of potential signals related to the safety of medicinal products and the implementation of the European Union risk management strategy. What are some general considerations, potential signals generated by statistical methods? Well, different statistical methods are used also within the EMA to generate of disproportionate reporting. As I told you before, the FDA also uses the proportional reporting ratio or PR, EMA as well. Just to go back a little, the PRR, remember that what it does is that it indicates the degree of disproportionality occurring for a drug adverse drug event association with compared with all the other products in the database, and is mostly used for text and data mining. So the tools used in different areas of the world, for example, the FDA or the EMA, at the end, of course, they do the same, and they have some coincident points where they basically use the same statistical analysis to gather and compare other information. The EMA also relies a lot on the 95% confidence interval and the chi-square, which of course we are not going to review what is in detail, but basically the chi-square is used as an alternative measure of association between a medicinal product and the adverse event, which is like kind of weird formula that we can see here. So what can I tell about statistics as a conclusion? Well, statistical analysis are very useful tools in aiding early safety signal detection and spontaneous reporting systems. As I told you at the very beginning, in the pharmaceutical industry, we have to be lean and fast in order to take decisions, to ensure all products are safe, in order to comply not only with the regulations, but also, and most important, to keep safe products for all of our patients.
Good morning, मैम क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
Okay. Statistical algorithms also
अभी आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
There is somebody with mic on, so please could you close your mics? Thank you. Statistical algorithms help users sort several million of potential combinations of drugs and events. They help identify complex relationships which are definitely not apparent by conventional approach. Then the investigators might also prioritize investigations using statistical scores. And these approaches will somehow they are exploratory or hypothesis generating, but they might provide interesting or useful insights into the patterns of adverse events reported for a given product relative to products within the same class or to all other products. At the end, I think that statistics is an area, as might be all of the areas within PV, that is growing, that will be constantly in constant change. Some industries will develop their own softwares, their own tools, or other industries might as well. This is growing. Now with the use of artificial intelligence, some statistical tools are changing as well, but definitely is a tool or is like a support that pharmacovigilance industries might get and might use in order to, at the end, as I told you from the very beginning, to aim to look for the safe use of all of our medications in order to bring safety products to all of our patients. So that was my participation. Thank you for your attention. I think I tried to use the best of my time since I was the last person, and I know that everybody must be tired at this time. Thank you for your attention, and thank you again for the invitation to this phenomenal activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for such an energetic and data-loaded presentation. 5 in the morning your time. Thank you so much. Any questions for Gabriela?
Yes, I have a remark to say. In my quality of Vividas trainer for the EMA, we are not using any more PRR or chi-square. They have been built in Vigilance in 2006 as comparative methods to see which is yielding better signal detection results. But at the moment, only odds reporting ratio or ROR is used. And I have posted a document where you can actually see which methods are used.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, yeah, for the information. As I told you, everything within pharmacovigilance changes, and yes, these tools have been developed from so many years. Then some of the healthcare organizations or yeah, like the FDA and like the EMA change their processes, they change their procedures, and we'll see more changes in the future, because there are being more companies that are actually right now developing softwares, which we may see in a very short period of time, for sure.
Okay. I'm just saying this to the intention of marketing authorization holders that have access to the Vigilance data analysis system. Don't look for PRR or chi-square because you won't find them. The only calculation you have is odds reporting ratio.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for the note, Calvin. And I would like to say thank you also to Gabriela for this amazing presentation. And I have a question for you. How do you see the scenario in the Latin region in where we are, talking about the use of these methods to do PV, to make decisions, well, in terms of PV?
Thank you, Josué, for your question. And yeah, very interesting. From my experience and from the company in which I work, I can tell you that these statistical tools are used. They are definitely really worth, and they can help us, as I told you, these large databases which contain a lot of information. And now also a lot of using artificial intelligence are used. This doesn't mean that some manual processes will stop, definitely. As you may know, in our region, we may not have access to all of these wonderful tools just right now, but I think we are going to grow around it. We will begin to learn how to use them more and more. And well, at least the pharmaceutical industry is doing that, but I also think that it will be necessary, for example, that some of the regulatory authorities of our countries also get more involved within these statistical processes that may help them a lot in order to examine or to register all the data that they have. So I think it is a process. We are not over it. We'll still have a lot to do, but yeah, it's a very interesting area, which is definitely growing through the time. Yeah.
Thanks, Gabriela.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the nice presentation. So you have shown us, what are the various uses, how stats can be useful, and how data mining can be helpful. So just for the sake, it's a comment rather than a question, it's a comment. For the sake of the audience, PV data sometimes can help in, approval of the drugs. I'll give you an example. At one point of time, we came up with a sustained release formulation, and the tablet size was a little bigger, and US FDA came with the concern that, it might have swallowing problems in elderly population because it was an antihypertensive. And so what we did is we went to the FERS data and Vigilance data, and we looked what are the tablets which are a little same size or bigger than this. And we looked at the data, and we proved that, even with this tablet size, which is bigger than what was for the approval, so the swallowing was not a concern. And US FDA gave the approval, just for the information of it.
Sure.
Very interesting comment. Thank you.
Yeah. So I would like to close the session for today by this again quote that outstanding people have one thing in common, an absolute sense of mission. And I'm so grateful that I got this privilege to host the session for eminent speakers who are outstanding professionals and again, amazing speakers. So let me thank Dr. Nashat from Egypt, Manal Yunus from Iraq, Ernest Della from Ghana, Dr. Maeda from Germany, then Dr. Erica from Ireland, Dr. Jayalakshmi Nalavare from USA, Angela Caro from Colombia, Alejandro Zomarano from Mexico, Gabriela Rivas from Costa Rica. I would also take this opportunity to thank Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission stakeholders, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi and Dr. Jayprakash, who was also the chief speaker for today. The panelists, the panel of experts which we have been witnessing in all these has been amazing as well. Dr. Rajinder Jalali, Dr. Rabi Narayan Acharya, Dr. Ahmed Hegazi from Dubai, Dr. Josue Bautista from Mexico, Dr. Pratibha Nadik from India, and Dr. Avinash Kakre from India as well. And last but not the least, all the efforts and all the pain which Dr. Chinmay Mahapatra and Dr. Roja Ramani have given to make this a reality and bring together the speakers from around the world. Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a brilliant experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I would like to thank all the participants who have joined today to this event. And especially, I would like to thank Dr. Mohammad Soeb sir and Dr. Mr. Alan Koch from France. And many have joined, sir, and meanwhile they have left also.
Dr. Mahapatra, request all the participants to video mode so that you can have a screenshot at the last, all the participants, or request all the participants to have a video mode on.
And I would like to thank Dr. Mercy Sivka, sir. He has
Request
also
all.
joined.
So all should, then we can have a screenshot for your memory.
Everybody, please turn on your videos so that we can take a group video shot.
Yeah. Great. We could say safety.
Alan, sir.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, good.
Nice.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you for your.
And finally, I would like to share something why you have organized this event so far. The main aim and objective is to share the knowledge with all the participants and to bring some new ideas and to bring some new strategies to improve our area reporting system and how to protect the patient from reoccurrence of a adverse event. That is main aim of our event. So I hope we will continue with more event in our future, in the future. And thank you so much, Dr. Jalali sir and Dr. Maya ma'am and Dr. Ravinarayan Acharya sir and Mohammad Soeb sir and Ahmad Haji sir and Ahmed Kesava sir, Jose Batista sir, who all are with me to organize this event. And without their support and help, it won't be a successful one and it won't be a possible also. So thank you so much, all of you.
Yes,
and Dr. Kalin Lungu sir, he has also joined yesterday and today also he was from the beginning to the end. Thank you so much, sir.
Been really interesting and
Yeah,
well
please go
organized.
ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, sir. And another thing I would like to say, like when I was a student and I wish to attend a international conference and global conferences like that.
Hello.
Okay. So
I just want to say something, please.
Let him speak.
Someone is
I'm
disturbed.
I'm Dr. Sheba from Libya. We just recently become an associated member in the pharmacovigilance.
Now, just I want to say that as I was a student during my student career, I could not attend international conferences because of some problem like a financial problem or some problem, I could not attend any such kind event. But that day I had decided that someday I will organize some kind of international event, and where all the persons from different countries will join. And I hope this is the right time, and I made it possible. So that is the thing.
Side of COVID-19, huh? Positive side of COVID-19.
Really, sir, means being a student, it is very difficult to join a international event because the registration charges so quite like high also. So it is good. We have kept it free for all the participants, and in our future events also we will keep it free only. So anyone can join with us, and they can share their knowledge and they can gain the knowledge. It is for knowledge sharing only. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it. And
Dr.
thank you so much.
You're doing a great job, and I must say that your smile is very infectious.
Thank you so much.
Like the variants.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have already sent the certificates also to all the participants. And
can I just speak because throughout the 2 days I couldn't because I am the only odd man out. I am from herbal. I am from Ayurveda. I also want to. I am the Pharmacovigilance member secretary of National Pharmacovigilance Program of Government of India, and now my college is the Intermediate Pharmacovigilance Center. And we used to organize pharmacovigilance for herbal product. So in future also, we are going to organize, and I hope you all will share your experience at the international level, what the herbal pharmacovigilance of your country, how they are monitoring. So with this request, I thank the organizer and particularly Dr. Roja and Dr. Chinmay for providing this opportunity. Thank you.
I think M. Hamed Keshiba was trying to say something.
Yes, sir. Ahmed, sir.
M. Hamed, you are still there?
Yes. Roja, madam.
Dr. Mahapal, about the certificates.
He's asking about the certificates,
Ma'am, I have already sent, ma'am. I think they have already received the certificates through into the registered email. Yeah, I have sent.
And I would like really to thank you very much for this effort. And also the medical devices. Yes, I'm there. Medicine. And also I would like to ask them and those who have asked you about the if every country needs African knowledge for their content. Is that okay? I think for every country needs, I think
Okay. All right then. We will. I would like to ask Roja ma'am. Can we conclude the session, ma'am?
Yes, sure. It was an exhaustive one as well as informative one for everyone, I think. Thank you so much, everyone, panelists, Maya ma'am, Shivamurthy sir, everyone for cooperating and supporting us for conducting this event, and hope we'll meet in future also like this with many more events. Thank you so much, everyone. So we can end this program.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I would like
Thank
to thank
you.
all the participants from Latin America who have joined, because it is early morning, and it is, I think, 3 o'clock night. I have disturbed their their sleep also. Sorry for that.
In Mexico, we started at 3 a.m., so no problem.
And in Dr. Gabriela's region, it is, I think, more night only.
Yeah, I began like at 5 a.m. today, but I'm really great. I'm really thankful for the invitation, and it was really worth it waking up that early. A pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Liana ma'am, also. She's also there from starting to the end.
Thank you. Thank you for all
Okay,
organizers.
can we wind up?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Have a nice
Enjoy
day.
the rest of your day.
Thank
See you
you.
soon.
Bye.
Sure.
Bye.
Nice
Bye.
to meet you.
Yeah.
To meet all of you. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Liana, for all the information that we share with us. Thank you. And thank you, Kathleen. And the
You
same.
too.
Thank you.